Hello everybody, good evening, and welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. It's a Friday night. Another week is done. I hope you guys are, like I said, doing well. My name is Ristretto. If it's your first time here, then welcome, and if you've been here before, then thanks for choosing to drop by on this nice Friday. Or at least it's Friday for me still. I had a pretty okay day. I did some work, I took a nap, I ate some food, now I get to play some Monster Hunter. Apparently, it is this game's 10-year anniversary. We'll double check that in a minute, but if it is, that's pretty cool. I'm glad I get to be streaming 3U on 3U's anniversary like that. Tonight we're going to be streaming, like I said, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate for the 3DS. We're working our way slowly through High Rank Village 8-star right now. We're trying to take on a new monster every night, a couple new quests, and then spend some time collecting weapons and just hanging out, enjoying, experiencing High Rank through Village there. Yesterday the bean button was broken. Today, the bean button is not broken. In fact, I probably missed a few beans yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and give you guys bonus beans. And then we're going to go ahead and jump on over to the game, and I'll take a moment to say hello to you guys. So, good evening, Horfox. Welcome. Horfox is always hanging out here in the chat. Welcome to you. Welcome, the Digi Artist and Renditioning. Hello, Full Metal Dragon and Weeb with Coffee. Hello, Ajakes. Hello, Rosianna. Rosie, congrats on your new stinking fast PB on Zenogre with Hammer and Portable Third. I'm assuming it was with Hammer. But congrats on that. That's sick. Getting to watch you practice was really fun the other day. I'm glad I got to catch that. May your runs go well. Happy hunting. Hello, Uchi vs. the World and Enton Boot. Hello, Biotech. And Lassinide. And Ninja Frog. I think that's everybody. If I missed anyone, I didn't mean to, but thank you guys so much for coming by. Sure hope you got those beans. I have no idea FPS. If you were in chat, yeah, you probably would. You probably would. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Yeah, the bean button was broken yesterday. I fixed it. It was just Twitch being twitchy. What do you call a phrase with the same starting letter in all the words? Alliteration. Let's double check that it's 3U's birthday. December 10th, 2011. Yeah. Yeah. 10 years of 3 Ultimate. This game's old, dude. It's funny, this game feels so much newer than Monster Hunter Free Me Night, but at the same time, it's not that much old. It's not that much like younger than Free Me Night. It's December 11th here. Oh, well, shoot. Well, in my time zone, where I'm streaming from, it's December 10th still, so I'm not too late. For another hour and a half, it's 3U's birthday. I like playing old games on Twitch. I have a shirt that just says old games. It's not this one, but anyways. Let's go ahead and let's hunt some monsters. Where are we gonna hunt this morning? Or this evening? Morning? Who cares what time it is? Who cares what time it is? Hi, Game God Hunter. Welcome to you. How you doing? I just slept for like 6 or 7 hours. I'm feeling pretty good. Was it that long? No, like 5 or 6 hours. It was nice. Let's see, let's take a look at our list here. Oh, whoops, hang on. There. So the Rathalos Greatsword, some Sword and Shields, some Dual Blades, Pre-Babble Lance. I forget, it's called Rampart. It doesn't have a very good name, so I just called it Pre-Babble Lance. What am I doing today? We're going to be hunting our first high rank Nibelsnarf in a bit here, but right now we're just going to start off with a warm-up. We made Rathian's Gun Lance. We gotta check that off sometime. Let's do a low rank Duramboros. I need Duramboros parts. What Duramboros parts? I don't know. All right. So, If you want to choose my weapon for our warm-up hunt, which is going to be a low-rank Duramboros in the hub, go ahead and type !ticket, and I'll try to research what Duramboros parts I need. I think we're only making, we're making 2 Duramboros upgrades right now. We're upgrading our Duramboros lance, maybe, and we're trying to make the Duramboros switch axe. The heavy divider is an upgrade off of the ground dasher, which is the Plesioth switch axe. It's an exhaust file switch axe. It just looks really cool. I think I have the Plesioth switch axe. Hello, Apple Bud. Welcome. No, wait, it's an upgrade off of the ground dasher. That's different than the Plesioth switch axe. My bad. Finally got everything with Dolphin sorted out. Nice. What games are you looking forward to playing on Dolphin? The KO switch axe, it just looks really cool. And I remember making it when I first played 3 Ultimate. So I'd like to make it again. Oh, we can make it. Is there an upgrade I can make? Yeah, we only need 4 tailbones. What is Dolphin? Dolphin is a GameCube and Wii emulator. Very well optimized. One of the better emulators out there across the board. Yeah, there's the switch axe. So we've made the low rank version of it, but we're looking to make the high rank upgrade here. So yeah, we're gonna start off with a Duramboros hunt. I think we can get tailbones from high rank Duramboros. I sure hope so. Yeah, you can get tailbones from high rank Duramboros as well. It's actually slightly higher chance. So we'll do a low rank one here and that'll be nice, but then we'll also get some chances when we take on high rank Duramboros too. Really like that switch axe. It's a neat design, I think. And I mean, it's a bummer it doesn't have power file. This game feels like power file is a lot stronger than some of the other options you're given, but it's okay. Trying to use some of the not power file switch axes is nice. Just make sure that it's actually, I don't know, make sure how it feels to actually play switch axe that isn't power file. Does that switch axe exist in GU? I don't know, but I would say probably. I'm gonna go ahead and say last call. If you want to choose my weapon for a Duramboros warm-up, go ahead and type !ticket. I'm gonna go ahead and get our items together here. I'm gonna be dropping down to some low rank equipment so that we're not overpowering poor Doboberuku, I think. I have a harder time saying that one than Haparuboka. You gotta roll your tongue for JP. I'm pretty bad at rolling my tongue. My tongue's all messed up. Hello, Quill. I'm doing well tonight. Thanks for asking, folks. Cool. Let's see what I'm going to use on Duramboros here. Full Metal Dragon, what would you like me to use for a Duramboros hunt this nice evening? Yeah, I hope you guys have had nice Fridays. Feel free and sound off on, I don't know, either how your week was or what you're going to be doing this weekend. I'm not sure what I'm going to do this weekend. Sword and Shield on Duramboros sounds nice to me. Let's do it. I can't use Jhen anymore because we upgraded it. So that means his secondary weakness is going to be Thunder, so we should use a Thunder Sword and Shield. Actually, it's kind of a toss-up. I think actually Ice is a better secondary weakness. Thunder is weaker on his horns, but Ice is... Here, I'll actually show you guys. Thunder is weaker on his horns, but Ice is more weak across the board. So I think we're probably going to go with our Ice Sword and Shield if we can. I think actually we may have upgraded our Ice Sword and Shield too far for low rank as well. We'll see. Have no idea if that's a good matchup. It's fine. Outside of like Bow and some of the Bowguns, it's like there's not really a good matchup on Duramboros. Playing Monster Hunter this weekend. Practicing regular G Valstrax to get ready for Big Sis. What are you practicing now, Game God? I feel like have you not done every variation on Valstrax? Pineapple on pizza. Is that what you're doing this weekend, Chirito? I applaud you. And Weeb with Coffee had their first World experience. What did you think of World? What was your first experience with it? Okay, if we can't use... Yeah, both of our Ice and our Fire Sword and Shields are upgraded too far for low rank, so I think we're going to go ahead and use the low rank Giganox Sword and Shield, although this set has stats attack down, so let's jump over to the global set, and we'll use it there. There we go. Haven't used this set in a while. Any weapon that can reach the hump without a trip is a good matchup. Yep. So mostly bow, a little bit of Bowguns. Well, I'm glad you were able to fix your card issue. I didn't know you were having one, but I don't know. Money stuff like that's no fun. Issues with money and cards and stuff. So I hope that ends smoothly for you. You hit your first wall with Anjanath and you're a bit conflicted with the game. Take it slow. I find Anjanath to be incredibly tricky to get used to. He's one of the first monsters in that game that has animations that are so smooth that it takes a minute of being in the same area with him before you can start to recognize what moves and patterns he's doing. I'm still not good at it, by the way, but like that's how I feel about it. So take your time. Don't need to rush him early if the game doesn't make you either. Okay. I think we're all set as far as... Yeah, we're all set as far as items go. Let's jump on over to the tavern, and we'll do that Duramboros and Hub. When the levee breaks. Let's see, what does this set have on it? I forget. Crit Eye 1, Olympic Swimmer, Speed Eating +1, Speed Sharpening, and Recovery Speed -1. I feel like I forgot it had that negative skill. Whatever. What is this? It's a global set. It's the full global set. Was that the sale music just then? No, the 3 Ultimate Hub has a variety of themes that it will cycle through. Moga has some like music for when the Argosy shows up. That's slightly different. It's like a trade theme. And I think there's a sale going on at the shop when that happens. But in Port Tanzia, there's just music that cycles through. Previous song with the whistles? Nope. Here, hang on. 1 second here. Let me get you guys a playlist. I think I have a playlist of just the 3U or just the Tri-Hub themes. The stream title confused the crap out of me for a second. What is this, a frontier monster? I'm sorry if that stream title isn't super helpful. I just really like Haparoboka. I think the playlist is gone. Gosh darn it, the playlist is gone. Lock Lack hub songs. Man, there was a nice little playlist that had all of the Monster Hunter Tri hub themes together in the same playlist, but it's gone now. Never mind. It would be Applebud. We need some Tri representation in the DLC music for Rise. Right now it's just Portable Third. Yeah. You wish they would just add music like that for free. But if they're going to keep adding stuff like that, then yeah, you might as well add some Monster Hunter 3 stuff too. I just like saying Hapuroboka. All right, where's this Duramboros? There he is. Hey, buddy. Yeah, if we can't have an applicable element then on a guy with this much HP, poison is the next best option. Whoops. Oh, I think you can block that. Can you get some recommendations for GameCube games? The GameCube has a pretty crazy library. I'm sure other folks would have lots of decent recommendations for you. When I played GameCube, I mostly played The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker and Super Mario Sunshine. But there's a lot of good games for that system. Unfortunately, none of them are Monster Hunter. Welcome, Major Guns. Enjoy your lurk, and thanks for the well wishes. Is that the Global Sword and Shield? Nope, it is the Giganox Sword and Shield. It's a similar color to the rest of this armor set, but nope. We do have the Global Sword and Shield. It's a Para Sword and Shield. We actually need to upgrade it. Please tell me there's a Global Sword and Shield that just has a small Global back as the shield. Yep, that is the case. With the Global Sword and Shield, when you guard, the spikes come out of the shield like a Global inflating. It's cool. It's quite a neat design. It's called the Azi Dahaka. And then it gets upgraded into, I forget what it's called. But it's really cool. It's in 4 Ultimate as well, you can trade for it. Shoot. Oh gosh. Okay, good, he's leaving. That was a little close for comfort. I think we might get some more 3rd gen representatives in Sunbreak. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't really get the sense from any particular, like I don't have any sense from the theming of Sunbreak that we've seen so far, or like the theming of Rise, what the returning monsters are gonna be next. So far, the only hint we have is Shogun Sianatar. He's not a 3rd gen monster. He's just freaking sick. Still poisoned. Yeah, this was a good choice. If memory serves, Duramboros actually takes increased tick from poisons. Like, he has a longer duration and a larger amount of HP that he actually takes from poison than most monsters. You can see that on the Chronica website. Whoops. Darn, he got me. Ah. What stupid design decisions are you referencing, Lord Castellian? Newer old Flood Forest theme, they don't even really sound similar to me, so I kind of prefer the old version. None of the Rise themes, like I know we have both Flood Forest and Sandy Plains and Rise, but neither of those themes sound particularly based on their old areas to me, which is okay. Sandy Plains one's really good though. I only ever played Twilight Princess on Wii. Oh god, yeah, Lord Castellian, that sounds like a pretty bad product design. Something where you might not always be able to take it apart, emits a noise unless you take it apart. Ugh, sorry. My mother-in-law uses one of those like that, but I've never heard it blare a noise like that. Ouch. He's gonna go up in the air. God, he's cool. Yeah, I'm aware of how, like, I don't know, Twilight Princess was the modern day equivalent of how Breath of the Wild got developed for both the Wii U and the Switch, but I've never actually played the GameCube version. Don't even use it anymore, it's been sitting in the backyard. Aw, I gotcha. I guess the cold finally got the battery low enough to make the warning happen. It still sounds frustrating. Like, it's just a frustrating design decision. I'm sorry. I hope you're able to get the scooter someplace that's easy for it to be some maintenance or just shut it up somehow. Yeah, happy 3U anniversary to you, 8th Wolf. This game is 10 years old today. I didn't even realize, honestly, until somebody mentioned it in chat, but I'm happy I get to play it. That's a pretty big milestone for a Monster Hunter game. Oh yeah, you know what? Cheers to you guys. Thanks for being here. That'll hopefully work, Lord Castellian. If you guys aren't going to use it again, that sounds like a pretty good course of action. Was the original Resident Evil on GameCube? I believe it received a port to the GameCube, yeah. He's gonna fall over. The Sword and Shield sounds super cool. We're gonna have to upgrade this Sword and Shield. Is 20 years retro? I feel like 20 years is not the retro cutoff for me personally. Like PS2 stuff is definitely retro to me. I don't think 10 years is like automatically retro, but I think once you pass 10 years, all bets are off. 20 years makes something an antique. I think 15 years is probably close to where I would start calling things retro personally. Like stuff from the DS, stuff from the Wii, it's getting there. Congrats on your antiquedom, Skiffy, you made it. Your retro cutoff is PS1 and N64. It's kind of funny seeing how everybody has different definitions for it. Aw, I wanted to do the big slam so I could mine the tail. We're trying to get every chance we can in a tailbone, which means mining the tail, breaking the tail, and capturing him. Capturing gives a slightly higher chance. And body carves, but both give a chance at it. All right, come on, tailbone. Nope. I think this matchup is pretty nice with Sword and Shield. You're able to dance around a lot of his big moves pretty well, and you can apply element or status against him pretty liberally, which makes the fight a little better, I think, than some weapons. The weapons that are like, I don't know, stuck in kind of the mid game or the middle ground of Raw, like a hunting horn or a hammer or switch axe, are gonna have like a rough time on this guy, I think. Or at least a rougher time. Hammer and Hunting Horn have blunt, which allows them access to the hump hit zone on KO. That's fair, but the head is pretty poor damage. And when you're hitting the head, you're not hitting the feet or building up flinches on the feet for the spin. Like, I'm not saying it's hopeless. I'm just saying I think I definitely enjoy the Sword and Shield matchup as all. Fire Element Hammer was a surefire way to decimate this nerd in Portable Third. I can't say I've ever bullied him with Hammer, I don't think. I've definitely been bullied by him with Hunting Horn before, though. I kind of realized last night that even though we do lots of weapon matchups, I don't really often talk about the weapon matchups. So I want to try and start talking at least a little bit about some of the weapon matchups and what particular aspects of them make them good or bad. That way it's at least a little more interesting. It was kind of a funny realization. I was like, you know, I do a lot of weapon matchups. I don't really talk about the weapon matchups. You hit the head during normal moves and then go for the legs on spin. It's good fun. I feel like whenever I'm doing this guy, I don't pack enough damage to just flinch his legs during the spin. I gotta be like working on those flinches beforehand. Maybe that's just me though. Yeah, I don't think actually any weapon has like a really bad time with him, but I definitely prefer something like Sword and Shield. Granted, Sword and Shield's a comfort zone for me, so. Plus it has that unique little oddball sharpness modifier that lets it attack the horns in green. What's not to like? I haven't heard anybody use that noise in so long. Which Sword and Shield is this? This is the Giganox Sword and Shield, so it's a poison Sword and Shield. Oh, here comes. Whoops. A little too aggro on that tail. Great. I feel like I always drop down sharpness levels right before his humps break. Or right before we get the trip. Oh well. Got a nice limp at 15 minutes. That's not too bad. Good old Orson Welles. I bet the tail case is close. We still get a chance for the body carves either way, so I'm gonna go for the tail. It's not like we lose out on all of our chances if we kill him by accident. I was sipping coffee. Okay, we're good. He'll probably fall over here. It's funny that he's able to dig through the ground like that. Let's let him fall asleep. Okay. Have to learn Smash Melee's movement again? I never did. I know it's crazy though. And there we go. Yep, back it up. The cats, oh my gosh. 1, 2. Got him. Tail case, not a tail bone from the tail. That's okay. Still have a chance for some of the rewards. That was a pretty nice Duramboros hunt. I don't like answering questions like that, Civ. We get questions like that surprisingly often. No tailbone. That's okay. Was still a good quest. All right. Time for our new hunt of the evening. In 8-star village, we're going to be taking on our first Nibelsnarf, or Qurupeco. So, if you'd like to choose my weapon for that Qurupeco, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. And if I draw your name out, that means you get to pick what weapon I use for our new fight tonight. We actually have quite a few weapons that need Nibelsnarf parts for upgrades, so it's going to be kind of important for us to fight him. That's what the portable third guide calls him, Uchi. I've never got it out of my head. Hapul. You mentioned that Boca means mouth. It's hyper mouth, because I believe the name, what Qurupeco is supposed to stand for. Did you know that Kezus have a breeding season? I'm sure in Monster Hunter Dos they do. Whoops, that's not who I wanted to talk to. Why aren't we calling Qurupeco Hypermouth? Because he's pretty, I don't know, Qurupeco's cool. It means Hypermouth. Looking at doing some rare trades here. Let me go ahead and make this screen there for you guys. So in this screen, you have rare trades. You can start off by adding a rare trade commodity. I'm gonna go ahead and add some Peco pipes. Then you can jump over to the trade goods themselves, and I want to get the Red Spear Max, which will upgrade one of the fishing boats. Optimizes one of the hunting boats. Gain access to waters beyond imagination. There you go. And then I did see that also in here, for 2, if I get a 2-star commodity. Looks like we have a few 2-star ones. Thick Skull. We can teach Cha-Cha and Kayamba to gather, I think. Yeah, Gatherer Tome. Instantly teaches Cha-Cha and Kayamba the Gather ability. Sounds good to me. Let's see if there's anything else we want to get. Bunch of plants for our house. There's some Poogie outfits. We should get the Poogie outfits. Royal Ludroth Billowy Mane in exchange for the Sleepy Sheepy. I also saw that there's a fountain. I want a fountain. wide stream for the real hashtag gamers. Yeah, dude, ultra wide. Look at this 3DS ultra wide experience. How many gamers get to have a 3DS ultra wide experience? A furnishing fashioned after a Lagiacrus. Its trickling water calms the soul. That sounds lovely. Yeah, you did mention that one, Uchi. I remember it. All right, savory bear paw. There's one more thing I saw in there I wanna trade for, I think. It was the angel leotard. All right, let's go check out some of this stuff. If it's your favorite room item, well, then we gotta use it. I think it's time for the mushroom lamp to go. That's cool. We get to pose with him. RIP shroom lamp, we'll put it back. Don't worry, I'll move the shroom lamp. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say last call. If you want to choose my weapon for a Hapraboka hunt, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. Coffee's gone. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at that gathering ability. Okay, select abilities. So right now he's wearing the ancient mask, right? What mask is he wearing? He's wearing the unfortunate mask, and you can't put any abilities on it. Okay, everything seems to go wrong with this mask. Its only real ability seems to be that it reacts to electricity. Let's not use that one. Nullberry. On your signal, wears cure all elemental blights. Okay. They also usually pass on combat altogether. That sounds cool. And abilities. Gatherer. There we go. Change mask. Nullberry. He looks like a freaking Nullberry. That's pretty great. Okay. Select abilities. So what mask do we want Cha-Cha in? Okay, fluffy mask is what he's wearing right now, and it says he won't attack. So that's good. We want that. We want him to be a gatherer, and we want him to not attack. So I think at this point, both of them will just gather when we go on gathering quests. Cool. We'll have to try that out with a charm run later on tonight, see if they gather more stuff. Did we get the thief mask? I actually didn't check. The mock Melinx. Wearers can attack in addition to stealing materials, but only from close range. Despite having low defense, wearers tend to target large monsters. Got it, okay. That's not what we want to use most of the time, but that's cool. I'm glad we have it. All right, let's see what we're gonna use here. Welcome back, Vio. Oh, Viotech, I'm sorry. Horfox, Civ, what would you like me to use for our first Nibelsnarf in high rank? Rip, Vio. I'm sorry, bud. Dual blades? All right. I forget what Nibelsnarf's elemental weaknesses are. I think it's ice. Yeah, Nibelsnarf is weakest to ice, so that means we get to use our new Lagombi dual blades on him. Let me take out some potions. Are we out of potions? Oh, we are. Let's go buy some. Perfect. Yeah, sorry, Vio. I believe you, even if Uchi doesn't. My soul's gone. I hope you're doing well. Wait, whoops, I didn't want to bring barrels. I wanted to bring a medium-sized barrel bomb there, or like a regular-sized barrel bomb. L instead of L+. Okay, there we go. We'll need cooler hot drinks for Nibelsnarf, I think. That's something I'm going to do this weekend, Vio, is I'm going to do a laundry run. Okay, the Desert Gourmand is sandy plains during the daytime, so we'll buy a few cool drinks. Alright, our first high rank Hypermouth. Do I work tomorrow? Mm-mm. I do not, Marths. Hello, Precious Stones. And hello, Marths. Nope, I don't work tomorrow. I have a few things I gotta do, but I do not work. Back with some pizza. Who was it that said they were having pineapple on pizza? Uchi had just pineapple on pizza. I recommended having pineapple and pepperoni on pizza. What's cooler than being cool? I don't know. Playing Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on its 10th anniversary. Still snowy up where I am? Yeah. We're supposed to get another 4 inches of snow tomorrow. Playing 3U in ultra wide. Yeah, are you guys ready for some ultra wide 3U? Look at this. PC Gaming Master Race right here. Ultra wide 3 Ultimate. That's the dumbest joke. I love it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Man, we haven't heard this theme that much. It's really good. Oh, I thought I was gonna be safe just walking. Nope, not safe just walking. The pacing of this village is interesting. It does feel like the fights are getting introduced in a different order than low rank, which I appreciate. It's kind of confusing though, where like you have Pink Rathian in the first few quests, but then you have Nibelsnarf like 3 ranks in. Like Nibelsnarf is cool. He is not more challenging than Pink Rathian, at least I don't think he's gonna be. You think he is? Maybe so. I haven't finished the high rank one yet, so who knows? I think they just wanted to front load it with Pinky. Yeah, Pinky is kind of like out of place, honestly, but I do think the pacing's interesting. We need lots of brilliant fluids, so we should pick up every shiny drop if we can. What are you talking about, precious stones? That sounds sick, but what are you talking about? Haven't seen Nibble roar yet? No, I haven't. Although a roar from this dude would be like, it would make sense if this guy had like a crazy like brute Tigrex roar, wouldn't it? Freaking giant mouth. When's he getting the Yama suck? That's what I want to know. Whoops. Nergigante actually does have a mechanic like that. Does he? Maximum power, he gains a tail whip counter. I don't think I've ever seen a tail whip counter from Nergigante. Is it like not that exact mechanic, but something similar? Hello, Sideheads. Okay, he's leaving the area. I didn't know that about Nergigante. That's cool though, Precious Stones. It's been a long time since I fought him, and when I fought him, I didn't really know much about the series, to be honest with you. Oh, jeez. He just didn't care about that bomb. Okay, I see how it is. Is there any Monster Hunter you haven't done 100% yet? Yeah, man. Oh, he just didn't eat the other bomb. Huh? Yeah, plenty of them, actually. I don't think I've done this. I haven't done any of them 100%. I've spent a lot of time playing Freebie Knight and 4 Ultimate and Portable Third, but I still haven't, like, 100%ed them. I've fought most of the monsters in those ones. In Portable Third, I've fought every monster there is to fight. In 4 Ultimate, I've done most of them. In Freebie Knight, I've done most of them. I've also done all the monsters in Monster Hunter Rise so far. I would call something 100% once you, like, complete your guild card, though, and I haven't done that in any of the games. Or, like, got Hunter rank 999 or whatever. I did see that you messaged me, Martz, but I can't usually look at Discord DMs super easily while hunting. You'll have to wait. Well, never mind. That bomb's not going to do anything. Leaving Martz on red? I'm hunting! And streaming! And reading chat! You're a fast reader? Alright. I actually have 2 DMs. I have several DMs from people. Yeah, that sounds like fun, Martz. I can probably swing that. Quick, everyone jump in Rissa's DMs. My DMs are open to folks. You're fine to ask me questions there or in the Discord or like wherever. I'm not a very exclusive person. So glad to have known you before the DMs became Patreon rewards. That's not going to be a thing. That move's one of his scarier ones where he dives below the ground and then almost immediately comes back up again at like a 90-degree angle. It's scary. Alright, what do we think about dual blades versus Nibelsnarf? I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Nibelsnarf moves pretty quickly actually, so having something fast like dual blades is helpful for getting in and hitting the gills or like his arms real quick. I'm pretty bad at breaking this guy's uvula with any of the weapons. I feel like you have to get a specific kind of trip in order to actually get that damage opening, and I'm not very good at landing it. Yeah, I feel like something nice and mobile like dual blades makes this fight pretty good. I don't know if there's any matchups I would think that would be bad on Nibelsnarf. I guess heavy Bowgun would be a little bit rougher. I feel like you'd want to bring Pierce and just rock Pierce through him. He's gonna charge. I think that attack opening happens when you attack the nose. The nose is only a weak zone when he's raged. When he's unenraged, the nose zone is not that weak. I think you get that trip from... I think you get the trip that exposes his uvula from breaking one of his claws, but I forget. Like I said, I'm not very good about getting that one. Almost dove straight out the area. This one. Yeah, there we go. So that's the trip. It's from breaking his claws. That gets you the trip on the uvula. Bummer. I didn't get to break it. That was supposed to be a regular roll. That's okay. Let's test it. Let's see if attacking his nose when raged gets us that trip as well. We didn't even hit him with a bomb right now, but it still gave us the opportunity to fish him out. That sometimes happens too. It surprises me when it does. Can't get to the uvula during this opening. You can't get to his stomach though. His stomach's a weak spot. You can also zero transmission through his body to the other side. Or instant transmission. Not zero transmission. Bye. I could tell he was about to leave areas. I have some water. Thank you, Fabian. Cheers. Fabian. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you supporting the stream. And I hope you enjoy it. We've got plenty of new emotes actually, in the last couple months. Our good friend Uchi has been doing some pieces of art for us. Such as Yokomo. Is this stream gonna last until 1 a.m.? It's gonna go longer than that. We started late. It's probably gonna go till at least 2. So at least another like 3 or so hours, if not longer. You don't get Ricardo for subbing. Six-hour stream. It will likely not be a 6-hour stream. On the topic of things in the Sunbreak channel, what are your thoughts on a halfway point between Rise world maps and a potential future open world game? So like even larger? I think that, I don't know. I've talked about that with our friend Fallison on our 3U podcast a couple times. A larger map with more varied verticality, biome diversity, etc. Ah, so as opposed to having individual maps, having a larger map a la Guiding Lands, but even bigger. I really liked the Guiding Lands. The only hokey part about it is that it was so small, and it kind of felt odd having there be so many monsters packed into such a small space like that, and so many biomes packed into a small space. It was still fun though. So I think that would be really cool. I would definitely take them revisiting that concept. I thought the Guiding Lands was neat. Obviously, like when it first came out, people had like issues with how it was leveled, but I feel like they acted like really quite quickly and well on that matter, and by the end of the game, that thing was sick. I'm excited to get to experience it again someday.
Neat.
In general, I feel like anytime you can go out, World in general is really good about this. Anytime you can go out into the maps and have it feel like you're just kind of roaming around hunting monsters without really like going back in between levels and assigning quests, it feels pretty cool. Like when you can just go out and do expeditions and hang out there. I've really enjoyed that about World Expeditions, is like you can just jump between the different areas, you can eat at the camps. You don't have to necessarily go back to the base and assign a new quest. And like, while I like the quest structure pretty well, especially for progression and stuff, and being able to know, hey, this particular quest is really tough, or this is a high rank quest, this is a low rank quest, the experience of doing that is really unique. And I think that it is a worthwhile experience, even different from quests in the game. So I'm into it. I would be super down with them experimenting with that in Sunbreak. I feel like while it's not made necessary 100% by going out and doing that, I feel like going out and doing that does make you think a little bit more about just being a hunter and like grabbing things off of the map as you go for healing. Doesn't necessarily make it that way because you can still restock at the camp in 5th generation, but I feel like that experience of going around on the maps and just kind of living off of the maps and living out in the field is neat. Yeah, I've heard it from several people now. I listened to that podcast as well, Apple, but I don't know if I listened to the whole thing, but I listened to a good chunk of it. Not just fast, but fun. We were talking a lot about this last night on stream. We were talking about open world games. In order for an open world game to really come into its own, it has to be fun to traverse. There has to be things to do while you traverse. It can't just be like a get from A to B. I think that the actual world has to have meaningful, like, just, I don't know, the actual terrain you're crossing has to have meaning, whether it's like you have to think about how you get around the terrain, there are things to do in the terrain, like, you have to be thinking about it. It can't just be space for space's sake. I'm not sure I'm ready for a full open world Monster Hunter either myself. I feel like they're well on their way, and that like these new worlds we've been getting, or these new maps we've been getting in Monster Hunter World and now in Monster Hunter Rise have been really, like, they're excellent. They're super well curated, small open world environments. And I feel like just increasing the scale on those by like, even if you just doubled the size of them. That's not like a massive open world, but it's a pretty big play area. And you could have pretty interesting experiences in a map that's just twice as large as some of the maps in World and Rise. Without having it be like, oh, I have to roam across the giant Velocidrome county before getting to the Tigrex dens. And like, I don't know if that sounds good to me. But having a larger, more expansive like map or biome, maybe with a couple biomes in there, like whatever, I think that's cool. Like if you imagine the volcano in Rise, how it's kind of swampy but also volcanic, and just double the size of that so you get more volcano and you get more like swamp, that'd be cool. Take your wire bugs and climb up the tower and activate the tower signal so you can see all of the Velocidrome pings on your map. Then you gotta get around to the different Velocidrome encampments and make sure you get all the loot boxes from all the Velocidrome camps. I think just like normal Vial, there'll be places to mine that are standard, and then those places respawn over time. Do we cap or kill? I think we're gonna cap him. Hypermouth. Time? That was pretty quick. 15 minutes isn't too bad. Just under 20 minutes. Hello, Burlesque Barley. What's up? Not too much. I like the idea, Applebud. It feels like they've been taking away the preparation focus and the gathering focus, and like they haven't been taking away the item play focus in Monster Hunter, but definitely the hunter-gatherer kind of part of it, living off of the land, getting things from the land, has been like increasingly more and more depreciated over the course of the last few entries. So I don't know, I'm really of the opinion that they could bring that back and it would be pretty neat. World has that potential where like the stuff never changes locations in World. Like there are certain gathering spots that still have RNG, like with bones and mining materials, but being able to know where sleep herbs grow in the ancient forest and always swing by there if you need some is really cool. It makes RTA for World super, super neat because you know where certain materials are going to be, and so you can route different paths through the maps to gather certain materials that you need for your RTA route. Like that's just really cool. More stuff that worked like that would be interesting to me. Carapace, brilliant fluid, Carapace, Carapace. We gotta read some of these item descriptions, man. I've been slacking. Wide range plus 8. Cool. Hunting and tracking? Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know. I don't think you're very much incentivized to go out into the maps and gather for materials in World. I feel like you're more incentivized to grow them, like it's been the case for plenty of Monster Hunter games. Now, like ever since 4 Ultimate, really, it's been mostly just like, I don't know, you tell the trader what stuff you want and the trader comes back and gives you the stuff, or you tell your farm what you want and you just get the stuff from your farm. I wouldn't necessarily call scout flies tracking. They're tracking in like, it's tracking in a like performative sense where you're not actually really tracking anything. It's not like you, the player, tracking things. You're just walking around following some glowing things. Which isn't like awful, it's just, it's not like a mechanic I would say that actually makes you think about tracking monsters that much. Okay, let's see here. So that was Nibelsnarf. Let's see what Nibelsnarf's armor is like. And let's read some item descriptions. Like I said, I've been slacking on that, which is lame of me. There's the Nibelsnarf armor, which gives mud and snow, sheathing, and eating. Yeah, I agree. That part is true, Precious Stones. Like, it takes some really good steps in that direction. Okay, let's read some item descriptions. So what have we fought recently? We recently fought Rathalos and Giganox for the first time. Yeah, let's see Giganox first. High quality hide from a Giganox belly. Its incredible texture is truly unforgettable. Uncanny hide plus. Hide that changed color when its owner was still alive. Collectors value it. A particularly unnerving claw from a Giganox, rumored to be used in unsavory rituals. Grim venom gland. A gland that makes an unusually potent poison. It slithers even after being removed. Ugh. Do you really, Uchi? I always got, like, I guess I never paid attention to, like, if the tracks were laid down in a way you could actually play by tracking, or if it was just, when you use the scout flies, it kind of just seems like there are random marks around that you just grab. If they actually do lead towards where the monster is and kind of point, like have directional pointing, that's cool. I didn't know. That's sick. That's actually very cool. That makes me want to play with them off. Quality hide from a baleful Giganox belly. Its texture and elasticity are top-notch. A baleful Giganox claw with an unsettling color. Electricity still arcs across its surface. Let's see, we hunted Rathalos then. An extraordinarily durable scale carved from the body of a Rathalos. A rigid Rathalos carapace, even harder than a normal shell. A wing that has been removed. Skilled artisans can craft it into strong equipment. Recent advances allow this medulla, or this red-hot organ, to be removed, but it's hard to forge with. Okay. Then we hunted Lagiacrus. A fine example of a supple Lagiacrus scale. Its beauty is truly breathtaking. A superior shell found only on certain Lagiacrus, its structure permits greater electric output. A fine hide taken from a Lagiacrus. It's quite strong and immensely flexible. A very sharp claw found on certain Lagiacrus. Its mundane appearance belies its strength. Alright. Then we fought Diablos last night. I feel badly that I forgot to read about these. I hope you guys enjoy the descriptions. I like reading these. It makes, I don't know, I like having the added, I don't know, flavor of what things are actually like that you're breaking off and you're using for things. A sturdy Diablos carapace, even harder than a normal Diablos shell. The hardest part of a Diablos' backplate, very difficult to carve off. Okay. And that's all. And then we just hunted, Nibelsnarf. A rigid Nibelsnarf carapace. Hard to forge. Wow, the font is awful there. Holy crap, look at that hard to forge. The H is all messed up and so is the O in forge. Oh, you guys can't see, it's behind my head. But man, that font is awful. Look at that. Like, just awful. Whoops, that's the wrong button. There I am. Quality Nibelsnarf hide often used as lining for armor, strong enough to withstand the desert. A bold, firm Nibelsnarf claw, ideal as material for crafting superior equipment parts. Brilliant fluid, a fluid with strong water retention ability, improves equipment performance. Oh yeah, Moran, Jhen Moran stuff. A bright blue scale removed from the Jhen Moran during the customary hunt. The customary hunt. A rock hard shell collected from the Jhen Moran during the customary hunt. An ivory Genmoran fang of total beauty, rarely ever seen for sale at the market. And Earth Dragon Gem, one of the tougher materials to get from a Genmoran, and that's saying something. Let's see, am I forgetting anything? I feel like I haven't looked at Crimson Qurupeco's. Oh yeah, there's only like 2. A superior scale concealed by crimson plumage. Its multiple layers provide great strength. And Crimson Peco wing. The large wing of a Crimson Qurupeco. Noble women are drawn to its eye-popping red color. Of course, that's right. I remember now. What about Volt Stones? Do I have any Volt Stones? I guess not. I must have spent them all. Jeez, precious stones. Alright, well, those are some item descriptions from some recent new monster hunts we've taken on. Like I said, sorry I fell behind with those. I kind of forgot about them for a little bit. Have I heard about the Qurupeco Heavy Bowgun yet? You know what? I have. It's currently our only high rank Heavy Bowgun. We gotta fix that, man. I gotta spend some time just like living the Bowgun life. In fact, you know what? That's what's gonna be tonight. Tonight's gonna be living the Heavy Bowgun life. It's time we get better with Heavy Bowgun. So for reference, let's see. Right now we're using the Qurupeco Heavy Bowgun. Let's see how that stacks up here, and let's just spend some time. We're gonna look at some Heavy Bowguns. Let me get so you guys can see this whole data sheet. All the data. And then we're gonna look for Qurupeco. Okay, right now we're using, where does it say the rarity? Oh gosh, is it too wide for the, it's too wide for the screen. Hang on. Enhance. It's just the whole width of the screen now. Okay. Right now we're using the Pacopius gun, I think. And we can upgrade it into the Pacopius Thunder or into the Dios cannon, right. Pacopius Thunder, I think we can make now. That's gonna give us 281 raw. So that's what we're kind of comparing things to. It's still gonna be a really good pellet gun. So this gun is probably always gonna be our Heavy Bowgun pellet gun, or at least for a long time. What are you referencing, Uchi? Why are you bringing that up? You searching exactly that on Google? What? What's wrong with that? Okay. You with a big screen behind me reminds you of it? Okay, that's fair. Okay, so we're gonna make the Pacopius Thunder upgrade, right? So what we're looking for is other rarity 5 guns that have around 281 raw and a compelling set of shots. Whether it's a bunch of elemental shot or a bunch of status and explosives, but primarily I want to find a really good normal gun and I want to find a really good pierce gun. We might have to wait for the Plesioth Heavy Bowgun. Let's see. Let me go ahead and clear out this search selection and let's just start at the top. So what are other rarity 4, rarity 5 bowguns? I was glad Soul snagged a picture of it, Uchi. Crew is a good normal gun. I want a different gun. I want to collect other guns. I can't just use that gun for the entire game. That would be lame. The Nibelsnarf gun is partially a normal gun. 266 instead of 281. Got good normal 2 and normal 3 clips. It siege fires normal 3, adds some extra defense. Also does poison and para. The pressurized Plesioth has some pierce, but not enough pierce. Rathian's usually a quite good normal option. That's true. We'll get to it, I bet. Cendrillon is a pumpkin gun? A pumpkin and a sleep gun with 3 slots. Hello, Ninja Frog. Enjoy your lurk. The Diablozuka. That's a pretty great name, isn't it? Can't make that yet, though. The Rarity 3 Diablos gun has 281 raw, which is insane. Can't make the Diablozuka quite yet because it takes Black Diablos. We can probably make... Nope, we need Ivor Legiacris for the Thunderblitz cannon. Okay. Can't make that quite yet. How's the hunt going, Riss? Well, right now we're just looking at heavy bowguns. But we've had a good night. We took on our first Nibelsnarf. We'll be able to make a new Agnactor gun soon. We'll be able to make a Glacial Agnactor gun soon. Fires water and freeze. That's pretty nice. It's shocking looking at these bowguns. So many of them are awful. So many of them don't compete with the Pacopius gun. It's a bummer. Like that gun's really good. There's a reason we've only used it so far. The Uragan gun has some downsides in terms of its negative affinity. It fires flaming and freeze, but has huge normal clips. Pretty good raw. The Meteorite, which is an upgrade off of the Wishing Star, has decent raw and decent pierce clips. Also doesn't have above average recoil and no deviation. So it fires some normal, some pierce, crag and clust, that's nice. Slicing, a little bit of thunder. That's cool. That's a pretty cool. This looks like a pretty interesting gun to me. The Meteorite. Let me open that in a new tab. The Jhen cannon. 296 raw. Decent normal size, decent pierce and pellet sizes too, just not level 1 of those shots, so it'd be expensive to run, but this looks like it'd be a good gun. This looks like it would be a good all-around gun, to be honest with you. Being able to fire decent normal 2 pierce or pellet. 3 shots is the lowest I would go for pierce, I think. That could be a good one to go for. Jhen cannon looks like a trap. Oh, more recoil. Below average reload. Is below average? I think below average is good. Yeah, slow is slow. Average is average. Below average is, I think, fast. But recoil more does look rough, doesn't it? Might need a set for that. I would make a set around this gun. Seems like a nice gun. Above average is better, below average is worse. Not a great naming convention, but it looks like you're correct. Hey Big G, welcome. We also have the Moby Deus from C-Deus. Has a lot of pierce and pellet 1. Probably don't want that. Look at all the status shot it fires though. Poison, Paris, sleep, sub, and exhaust. And it crouching fires normal 1, pierce 1, and pellet 1. That's an interesting gun. Also slow recoiled, or slow reload, average recoil, and some big deviation. Aquamatic Needler. This one's okay looking too. Sturdy Fane, Carbonite, Mathesite, Gunpowder. Kind of low raw. Carbolite Cannon, Meteor Cannon. Below average reload, average recoil. This one looks pretty good. No status shots, only ice, but it fires a lot of crag and a lot of the regular shots pretty well. The meteor cannon. I like how there's both the meteorite and the meteor cannon, and they're completely different guns. Okay. Has 3 slots, the meteor cannon. Alright, we're getting to the Zinogre and Nargacuga guns. It really does feel like there aren't a lot of good guns before this point in the game. I just want to go through here. Okay, so here's the Rathian one. We can't quite make the Queen's Scion fire yet, so we'd be stuck at rarity 4. Just an okay normal gun at that point. Alright, this is the Nibelsnarf one. The Nibelsnarf one looks like it could be okay. Firing decent, normal, and pierce. Same with the Plesioth gun. You know what? Ugh. I wish it had slightly bigger pierce clips. I guess that could be a good gun to practice crouching fire with, to be honest with you. If you look at it right now, it's got low pierce clips, but it rapid fires, or sorry, crouching fires, pierce 2. If you want more diversity in guns, I think you should be looking at light bowguns. Well, yeah, we're gonna do that too. We're gonna do that too, but I want to have a couple different heavy bowguns that we can use, and I want them to all be usable. I really don't want to just stick with one gun. I think that's really boring. Like, I know that that is optimal in terms of, like, this gun. Like, the Pacopius gun is probably as good in terms of, like, between its normal shot and its pellet, you're going to be able to make do with that on most of the cast, right? But I don't want to do that. I want to try and get to use the different shot types. I really just don't want to stick with pellet for the entire game. We've used quite a bit of pellet so far, and to me, it's like, it's neat to get to use it because it's so bad in most of the games, but it's also boring. So maybe we'll make the Plesioth gun. Qurupeco gun also does fire and thunder. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a one-note gun, but I feel like you could use this. You could use this gun for, oh, sorry, you could use this gun for most of the game and you'd be just fine. Jhen cannon glows up. I want the Jhen cannon, I think. I'm looking at the Plesioth gun and the Jhen gun right now. And maybe the meteor or the meteorite. Let me go ahead and add some things to my list here. I can't make the Diablos or the Narga ones yet, Precious Stones, sorry. Alright. On the list goes the Jhen cannon. Goes the Plesioth gun. And, okay. So we have meteorite. Hang on, I gotta look at these in the thing again. Okay, so we have meteorite, which is 266. Below average reload, average recoil. It has 5 normal 2, 4 pierce 2, no pellet. But it has crag and clust and slicing. And para. So that's that one. The meteor cannon is 281, which is higher. Has 5, this is a nice gun. Has 5 normal 2. 3 pierce 2. It also crouching fires pierce 2. 5 pellet, bunch of crag, some slicing, and if you're, I mean, this would be real rough. You'd have to bring some recoil skills, I think, on this. But poison 2, para 2, sleep 2, and exhaust 2. You could try to put together a sleep bombing set. Probably not. Got 3 slots too. Plus, yeah, if it's got 3 slots, what that means, I'm trying to keep myself from gaming this, but I'm really sick of people looking at my guild card and being like, long sword weeb. It's like, it's my gathering weapon. and like heavy bowgun is like my least played weapon right now, I could really easily throw this heavy bowgun onto our gathering set and convince people that I've played like loads of heavy bowgun. But I don't want to game it. I don't want to game it like that. That feels dirty to me. Ignactor heavy bowgun. I can't make that one yet either. So what I'm hearing is there are plenty of good heavy bowguns. They're just like just out of our reach. The Nargacuga, the Diablos, the Ignactor. Can't make those. Yeah, I think Meteor Cannon is the one we want, not the Meteorite. Okay. I think I want to make those. I want to make the Jhen Cannon, the Plesioth Heavy Bowgun, and the Meteor Cannon. And that's what I want to do tonight. Let's start with the Meteor Cannon. The Galaxy Cannon. That's such a good name. All right, the Carbolite Cannon gets upgraded into the Meteor Cannon. Let's go take a look at that. See if we can make that. Thank you guys for sitting here and looking at a spreadsheet of heavy bowguns with me. I appreciate it. I'm going to resist the urge to slap the heavy bowgun into my gathering set and pad my numbers. Because I think that's lame. All right, the Carbolite Cannon, we just need Zenny. Let's sell some stuff. Wish you'd halt the gameplay and show us charts more often. I can't tell if that cap is for real or not, Marth, because I feel like you probably don't mind when I sit there and I put charts up on the screen. I think you're just being facetious. Just go on a hunt, but leave the hit zone chart up instead of the gameplay to make Marths happy. That sounds like a good idea. I think you're right. All right, Carbolite Cannon. It looks really boring. Wow. Too bad. And the upgrade to Meteor Cannon, we're gonna need some Carbolite. So let's go ahead and go on an expedition. Holy crap, that's a boring looking gun. Oh my goodness. At least, okay, never mind. With the power barrel, at least looks a little cooler, but like, goodness, what a boring looking gun. That looks very Freemanite. I don't know what it looks like, dude. Doesn't look neat in a classic Monster Hunter way? I don't really think so. Like, classic or Monster Hunter gun? Here, hang on. This is like a weird looking gun. It's weird and like, okay. I know that we've been memeing on the word generic in the last 24 hours. This gun looks a bit generic to me. It doesn't necessarily look like a Monster Hunter gun to me. A Monster Hunter gun, well, this is not gonna be a good example. Looks like you could buy it at Lowe's. It looks like you could buy it at the local hardware store. Let me see if I can find an example of a gun. Like this kind of gun, I know this is the Rathian gun, but there are other guns that look like this. This looks like a bowgun to me, right? It's not super out there design-wise, but this looks like a traditional Monster Hunter bowgun. Stuff like this. Granted, that one's kind of crazy. That one's cool. So this was the other one we were looking at. The Wishing Star is neat. This looks like a bowgun to me from Monster Hunter. Stuff like that. Where like, generic Monster Hunter guns kind of look like a weird combination of bows and like crossbows and guns, and they have like big musket stocks and stuff. So just seeing one that's just like a full-on, like it looks almost like an RPG. I guess it does have a crossbow at the front of it. It's funny. I don't even think it's really that generic. It's just very different. It's a very weird style for Monster Hunter, I think. All right, we're gonna go gathering. It also kind of makes me smile. It's like, I don't know, it's just a weird one. It looks, you know what it looks like? It looks like the Nintendo Zapper. The big one. Here, hang on. All of you know what I'm talking about because absolutely all of us grew up with AVGN. So you guys know what I'm talking about. The Super Scope. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Marths. Freaking this thing. It's that. It's this, but in Monster Hunter. All of you know what I'm talking about. You don't? Okay. I apologize for assuming. That was a big light gun you would use with the Super Nintendo. Yeah, no, I don't mind that gun design. It is goofy, though. The Super Scope. Okay. High rank volcano run. This is the first time we're trying this with our new gather ability for the Shakalakas. So we'll see how this works. Yeah, our gather gremlins, exactly. We'll see how well they do. Still probably won't be as cool as Portable Third's cats. Portable Third's cats get charms. Something interesting about Portable Third is that it rolls charms differently depending on what rarity charms you turn in, and you can't see what rarity charms your cats have collected until the end of the quest when you finish the quest already. So some people, when trying to snipe specific charms on Portable Third's tables, will not bring cats so that they can drop exactly however many charms of certain rarities they want to kind of metagame it. It's super interesting to me. There was like a whole article about it that I read at one point, or maybe it was like a GameFAQs thread or something. I forget where I was even reading about it, but it's neat. I know, Marth, I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to do that. At this point, we're just gonna like write off Longsword as, oh yeah, that's the gathering weapon. That's the reason it's up on the top of my play chart. I'm not gonna like try and metagame the gathering weapon guild card stuff. Besides, I have a more accurate way of depicting what hunts I go on with what weapons coming soon. You guys over there gathering? Doesn't look like it. Is LS OP for gathering? No, it's literally just a triple slot. It's literally just a triple slot weapon. That's all. That's the only reason why we're using it. But there's always going to be a gathering weapon that's like on our gathering set that we use proportionately more than other weapons, just because it's a weapon where we're not only going on hunts with it, but we're also doing all of our gathering quests with it because it's on our gathering set. I'm not going to like metagame it by having like 12 different gathering weapons and switching gathering weapons every time we go on a gathering hunt, just so that our guild card is balanced. Like, I'm not going to do that. So we're doomed to have one weapon that's always going to be a little bit bloated by gathering uses. In Freebie Night, it's Sword and Shield, because I use the freaking Chef Sword and Shield with our Coffee Pants gathering set. You try to carry a low, raw, poison coating bow, just in case you want to get insect stuff. I always have to like put together specific setups for that. Time Worn Charm. I think that's the first time I've gotten one of those. I didn't realize you could get one in this quest. That's cool. I'll have to see if that's any good. I usually put on music for our gathering quest. Sorry I didn't this time. I'll do it next time. Almost done with the quest. What's Veggie Elder doing up here anyways? Working on his tan. I'm laughing because I didn't even think about it, but like he's super red already. He doesn't need to get any more tan. This has actually been a really good charm run. Most of my charm runs haven't had nearly this many charms. All right. All right. Let's see what we get. Next up, we're gonna do some hunts with heavy bowgun. I want to get better at that weapon. Yeah, that's our first, what rarity is this? Rarity 6? That's our first Rarity 6 charm. Protection plus 5, 1 slot. It's not amazing, but I'll take it. In order to get VE tickets in 3U, it's tied to Unity. Yep, in the older games, I think in all the older games it is. The more you hunt with folks. Wasn't this game MT Framework? Yeah. Oh, you're... Sorry. I'm gonna not comment on you and Marth's goofy conversation. All right, let's see. What'd you guys get with your new gather ability? A dragon toadstool and iron ore. Okay. How about you, Kayamba? A hot pepper and an advanced armor sphere. All right. All right. Let us go on a heavy bowgun hunt. We need a good chunk more Zenny to upgrade it into the Meteor Cannon. What do we need to make the Plesioth one? The pressurized Placer. We need some more Plesioth fins. I'm going to go ahead and hunt Plesioth with our Pacopius gun here. I know we're missing whetstones, which is fine. We should have one more item. I guess antidotes I usually keep with me, don't I? We're still missing one item. Paintballs? No, we've got paintballs. Ah, the barbecue spit. Okay. Me too, Marth. Normal 2. Normal 3. Oh, that's Pierce. Pellet 1. Crag, Flaming. Is Flaming good on Plesioth? I don't know. So does Pings, though, Hot Pocket. They're both flawed. Yeah, Plesioth's decently weak to fire. We'll bring Fire Shot just in case. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not just one central Monster Hunter resource that has all accurate information for all games. It's kind of a bummer. To make that would be truly a colossal undertaking. That's part of like getting. I saw a thread. I forget what I was searching for earlier today, but I saw a thread on the Monster Hunter subreddit that was like, how do you all know all that you know? Which was kind of a funny title, but it was essentially like, how do you even go about learning these games? Because there's a lot to like, it goes into learning each of these games, right? But they were like, how do you even find this information? And it was like, especially for the older ones, it's like, that's part of the struggle of learning. It's not just like learning and understanding the material. It's like finding, it's like the hunt of trying to find where the most pertinent resources are for each individual generation of games, right? It's kind of crazy. It's a treasure hunt. Yeah, sure. That's a charitable way of putting it. All right, Plesioth. Let me get this giant screen out of the way. We don't need it to be that big. Okay. 1 second here. Plesioth with heavy bowgun. Weakest on its belly to shot and its tail to shot. The legs are okay. The neck is okay. Head's bad. For fire, its wings are good. Oh, it's weakest to thunder. That makes sense. I wonder, can we... Sorry, didn't mean to bump the mic. Can we upgrade this to the Pacopious Thunder? We probably can't, but like if we could, that'd be useful. We're probably too broke. We're going to upgrade this to the Pacopious Thunder. We need Volt Stones. Okay, then we're gonna do some Crimson Peko tonight. Plesioth with heavy bowgun. The last time I played Underwater Heavy Bowgun, I got very upset at Nibelsnarf. So we'll see how I do tonight. See if I can manage to do any better or if I'm just gonna do worse. I feel like Pellet's not gonna be the best thing for him. Normal 2 is gonna be a little better, I think. Ugh, I hate that Hot Pocket. It's rough. People need to stop doing that. People need to realize how much web rot is just going to destroy any sort of resources. They're like, oh, it's all in my Discord. Like, oh dear. It's just, what a mess. It's all in this one Google Sheet, bro. Okay. I feel like Pierce would be the obvious choice for Plesioth. Google Sheet is better. It's better than Discord, but also, we're talking about Google. Think about how many services you could have put stuff into from Google over the years that just don't freaking exist anymore. Oh yeah, that's right. Discord just recently added paid tiers to access certain rooms. At least it can be archived. Yeah, probably so. It's better than Discord if it was just in the Discord. Wish people would just make websites. Not enough people making websites these days. That sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but I actually mean it. There aren't enough people making websites these days. Cool. Should probably eat. Or not eat, we should probably heal, rather. Is it leaving? It is. Wow. Is it bad that you took a website coding class in high school and forgot everything? Probably not. Normal 3 wrist, normal 3? What about normal 3? Try it out on Plesioth, you're saying? Alright. Trust in the underwater jank. Okay, I'll try it when he's underwater again. I think on land I'm gonna go for some... I guess underwater do wing breaks get you trips? I think they do. I'm gonna underwater I'll go for normal 3 and flaming. On land we're gonna do some pellet stuff, I think. Oh, hello. Something broke. Jeez. The way it works is that the distance required for normal 3 to ricochet is halved. The result is that you're much more likely to get ricochets. Oh, interesting. So normal 3 is like kind of the underwater shot. Interesting. Okay. Can you also attempt the heavy bowgun siege exploit? Haven't seen you do it ever. I'm not particularly interested in it. It's just rolling into siege mode and then being able to switch ammos to any of them. Damn. I knew I probably should have healed there. Greedy. This one is supposed to crouching fire, pellet 1, and flaming shot. I didn't get the I didn't get any sort of exploit. Makes sense, precious stones. Interesting that underwater ammunition is so funky. You have to swap ammo types as you're rolling into crouching fire? Seems difficult. Wow. Okay. I see what you mean with normal 3. Normal 3 is Pierce? No. Normal 3 works exactly like it does above land, where Normal 3 has an actual normal shot that hits, and then it also has ricochets that will ricochet off of it. The distance for almost everything for bowguns is reduced underwater. Your critical distance is reduced, as well as the distance that it takes for things to ricochet, apparently, and for Pierce to have tick rates. So it means that Normal 3 will actually end up ricocheting more than it will on land. Underwater, man. Underwater. But yeah, normal 3 will have a lot more hits than normal underwater there, is what we're seeing. Is Ricochet a 3U thing? No, that's the case with literally every game except for Rise. Every game, normal 3 has a normal shot that does less damage than normal 2, but then it has Ricochet. In most games, it's super situational, because most monsters, it doesn't ricochet super well. It requires certain geometry of the monster and size of the monster. Oh, not World? Okay. World Normal 3 didn't ricochet? I didn't know that. Every other game besides World and Rise, then. In those games, Normal 3 is generally not used very often because most monsters it does not ricochet very well on. Really large monsters, like if you shoot Genmaran's stomach, it ricochets really well because it's huge, right? Underwater, like what we're seeing, the distance is halved, so it's a lot more useful than it is on land. I'm finding that heavy bowgun really exacerbates some of the things that I have a hard time with underwater. About underwater matchups. It's better than it's made out to be. It only has to ricochet once every 5 shots on an equal hit zone to be equal to normal 2. Does it now? I'd have to look at those numbers myself. I haven't looked at them in a long time. Do I think a Ricochet ammo type would be cool? Judging by the fact that in most games the Ricochet on normal 3 is pretty unsatisfying, no. That's basically what Pellet is though, yeah? Normal 3 does seem pretty nice underwater. I appreciate the tip about it, precious stones. Take risks as though Plesioth should be afraid of you. I would do that, except Plesioth can really easily combo me to dead. Like, just, if it hits me with a certain move, I will, like, if it hits me with a certain move and decides to follow up a certain way, I will die. So I can't really take risks like that. More so than on land, it's really a lot easier to get followed up on like that, because you can't move out of the way as easily, and because monsters' moves are faster and bigger underwater, and you're just slower. It really feels imbalanced outside of your control underwater. Like that. I could have iframed that move, but, like, it's hard. It's harder to get away safely from things. I feel that in general with a lot of weapons, but heavy bowgun's speed and, like, need to roll more times to get an equal amount of distance on monsters is making it even tougher than on some of the other ones. Like I said, it's exacerbating some of the things that I feel like about underwater combat. Yeah, this matchup feels like he's either micro-spacing out of my critical distance with stuff like the beam, where like he backs up a little bit each time, and so I'm constantly rolling towards him, or he's right on top of me and I have to roll away to be safe. You can dodge up or down. That's true, but only after shooting. I can't do it from neutral. That's the thing, is like I'm sitting here waiting. I don't want to commit to a shot if he's close to me. Some moves I'm gonna need to try and roll out the way. A shot will get me hit. Other moves I'd like to dodge up or down, but I have to shoot first to be able to do it. I'm sure I can get better at it. And I've been trying to use up and down dodges more often with some of the other weapons. I think it's a little easier with weapons that are a little quicker. He's going to the other area. I think I can get better at it, but it feels pretty frustrating. With something as slow as heavy bowgun, it feels like it really tips that table as far as it'll go in the monster's favor. If that makes sense. There's things I can still improve at though. Hold B and press up or down? No. Really? What the fuck? What is this? What is this? You truly learn something new in Monster Hunter every day. But also, that's not a roll. This is not useful unless you've got lots of time. I need a button to be able to roll up or down, not just like go up and down like a little bit. Can I then like tap, after doing that, can I like tap B to roll or something? Here, hang on. God darn it. Plesioth, I'm trying to learn here. I shouldn't have been doing that. Can you roll out of that? Let's find out. I probably shouldn't have been doing that in front of him. Learning was made, yeah. Very useful learning there. We learned what not to do in front of Plesioth. You can hold B in the direction to keep swimming. That's what I was doing, yeah. I was holding B in the direction to keep swimming up or down. We gotta see if we can tap B a couple times to roll. Yeah, I don't feel that way, Precious Stones. I mean, like, I feel like the damage is there, like you said. Like, I could take risks if I was confident in my ability to get out of the way of their moves, but I'm not. It feels like so often, like, for most weapons, like I said, or like I've talked about a little bit recently, for most weapons, when you go underwater, it feels like because you're a little slower and you don't have Superman dive and it takes you a little longer to recover underwater, and the monsters are faster and their moves are a little bigger, to me, it feels like you're put a little bit on the back foot. You have to be looking out a little bit more in advance. You can't react to things as equally because things are faster and you don't move as quickly and you can't move in as, like, it's just a little tougher, yeah? And so heavy bowgun being even slower, where its movement speed, you saw it's swimming up and down speed. That was its movement speed, yeah? With its movement speed being so much slower than other weapons, it has to roll a proportionally, like, even more number of times in order to get out of the way of some of those moves. And so heavy bowgun to me is like, just about the hardest weapon to deal with underwater, I think, at the moment. Force flinches instead of dodging out of the way. I don't know if we're built for that at the moment. I don't know if we're built to force flinches. Also, you can't always flinch a monster instead of having it. That's not an answer. Yeah, just stun lock it. In any case, like I said, I'm not trying to present it as if underwater is impossible for heavy bowgun, or that it's bad even, just that it's proportionately quite difficult. And I'm clearly having a tough time with it. And like in the way I'm trying to think about this, where I'm trying to think about what tools you as a player have and what tools the monster has underwater and like different ways to deal with it, just bringing more defense and more damage is not really an answer to that. I mean, like you can brute force things as the player by doing that, but that's not really an answer to game balance. Or if it is, it's a poor one. Bascus, thanks for the follow. Are you allowed to micromanage what you're aiming at? Yes. I know that I'm not always making optimal decisions as far as what I'm shooting at, precious stones. That's something I can work at. But right now I'm right now I'm just trying to like actually be kind of trying to be safe around the Plesioth, which I'm finding rather difficult. Don't know why you didn't follow me before. There's no pressure. Well, I mean, like Marth's, like I was saying the other night, underwater makes it feel like heavy bowgun needs some evade extender, which is not unique to underwater with heavy bowgun. It's very much in line with how heavy bowgun plays in some of the older games, where the monster player advantage feels similar to me to what it feels like underwater. In some of the older games, monsters move quickly enough and have large enough hit zones sometimes, or sorry, hitboxes sometimes, that if you get hit by something, you can get really followed up on. You can get comboed in a way that makes it unsafe for you to even be around certain parts of the monster, right? And so the only thing to do is to predict what the monster can do in any given moment and not be in any sort of situation where you can get comboed like that. That's how it feels to me underwater a lot of the time, and in a lot of those situations in the older games, depending on the monster, you need evade extender with heavy bowgun to be safe. That's not really unique to it. It's not really unique to underwater feeling like that. Yeah, I noticed that some of them bounced a little bit more than others, precious stones. Positioning at a 45-degree angle on either side of his head will give you a good shot. Yeah, that's where I was trying to be a lot of the time. I'll try and do more of that. Thank you for the tip. Kind of hoping that once you get to these older games, you'll crack the heavy bowgun evade extender case. You're probably right, but since Switch Axe no evade extender, you become a dreamer. Like this game, Marths, yeah, you could probably do it. Go back and start gunning some G-rank Freeman Knight stuff. I don't know. I'm with you. Where like I try and make it where I don't use evade extender on heavy bowguns by default like a lot of people would, but there is some matchups. There is some matchups in the older games where it feels very much like in order to have a real shot at avoiding some of these bigger, faster moves from the monsters, you just need to be moving faster than heavy bowgun allows for a lot of the time. And that's how underwater feels. So that kind of, to me, like that's the main thing I'm taking away from underwater combat in this game so far, is it really does feel like you're being thrown into a more like classic, like first and second gen kind of balance in terms of the player and the monster and their capabilities. Some people would say that that makes it less fair. I don't know if I personally agree with that, but some people certainly would, I think. All right. Attempt number 2. Let's see about that freaking weird roll up and down thing. It's nice we have such a big normal 3 clip on this gun. Hello, Soul. We're trying our best to get better at underwater heavy bowgun tonight. Trying to craft a few heavy bowguns so we're not just using the Qurupeco gun. Yeah, so Nefudis, you can evade up and down easily after a shot. Just siege glitch forehead. We tried to figure it out. I actually haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Well, actually, we'll try it. We'll try that here too. This is gonna be our little training ground for a moment. Okay. So, after a shot, you can easily evade up or down by pressing up or forward and evade, or backward and evade. What we're trying to see is, we just learned, is you can swim up and down by holding B and then going up or down. But this is just swimming up and down using the default heavy bowgun move speed. So I was just holding down the button. I'm gonna tap B and up. Oops. I'm gonna B up. Okay, I'm mashing B right now. You don't get an up and down evade. I'm mashing B. Yeah, hold B, tap up or down, you just swim up and down. This is what happens with that input. After that, you can actually release the stick. Like right now here, I'm gonna hold B and press up. I'm not holding anything anymore. And you kind of have a set amount of distance you move up there. But there's no way to evade out of it. What does select do inside of that? Jesus. Opens the menu. The little special button on the touchscreen doesn't do anything. Are you tapping or holding the direction? You can do either. You can, this is tapping the direction up, it just goes up. This is holding the direction up, it just goes up. Doesn't matter. So no variation of tapping or holding the direction or tapping and holding B makes you evade up or down from neutral. But you can continue to hold both down if you want to continue going down. Try flicking your 3DS, Jesus. Try shutting the screen. It's like Zelda. That'll make you roll. Anyways, so there doesn't seem to be a way to evade up and down from neutral, which is a damn shame. Watch other weapons be able to, but not heavy bowgun. Anyways, let's try that siege glitch thing. So the way that Precious Stones described it is rolling into it and then changing to another... There we go, yeah. We can now infinitely fire normal 1. The way they described it is rolling into a siege fire, having already selected a siege fireable shot. In this case, we had, what was it? Flaming shot, and we rolled up and selected into normal shot. Whoops. So if you do it while you're already on a shot that is not siege fireable, it won't work. There you go. So now I can siege fire normal 3. That's not difficult. Not going to use the cursed tech. All right, now you know how to do it. I do. Yeah, basically, it feels like really not hard to do at all. The only tricky part is rolling into it and selecting, rolling and doing a roll and X input while you're on a siege fireable shot, and then just changing it at all. You have all the time you want in the world, I think, to change shots. I don't think it's not even like only the adjacent, it's not even only the adjacent ammo mark. That's what I'm saying is, as long as you're on pellet shot here, I can roll into it and then I can take all the time I want in the world. And like you have that full 3 seconds just about there to land on whatever you want to siege fire. You guys kind of saw how it halted there, right? So let me go ahead and select pellet again, roll into it. I have 1, 2, 3, like I have that long until it freezes there to select whatever ammo type I need. So you really, it doesn't matter your order. Like you could put it in a certain order if you wanted it to be easier, but you can pretty easily make it around your whole wheel unless you have loads of ammo, it looks like. It's interesting. Anyways, let's go try hunting Plesioth again. We tripled to him just now. Partially because we were trying to swim up and down, and we were trying to learn how to swim up and down in front of him while he was attacking us, and it wasn't a great way of learning to do that. This is the wrong way. Whoops. Fairly positive other weapons can evade up and down from neutral. I've never seen anybody do it, but I haven't watched that much footage of 3U. As far as I know, you can only do that after an attack. But next time I'm doing an underwater hunt with something other than heavy bowgun, I'll check it out and see if you can evade up and down from neutral with other weapons. Other weapons move faster underwater too. You just did it? How? With heavy bowgun? God darn it. There's a Plesioth in here. On a hunting room with holding B and tapping up and down. Are you on Wii U or 3DS FPS? You're on 3DS? Okay. Hold B, tap down. I'm tapping up and down, man. This is so cursed. Why would they make... Why would they make the slowest weapon unable to do it? So cursed. Yes, I tried mashing the inputs of up and down, Neff. Yep. I've tried every possible combination of those inputs I can think. Hold B, tap up and down, press B, hold up and down, press B, tap up and down, like all of them. We've tried hitting the select button. So freaking cursed. Maybe it's just like every copy is personalized. Maybe that's the case. Every copy has a different input for evade up and down. Hello, Jaguar Hemsley. I have not tried blowing into the microphone. It only works when you have the 3D effect turned on. Cursed. The funny part about that Hot Pocket is, like, especially when you think about the cursed charm tables, it really is like every copy of 3U is personalized. Like, for those of y'all who maybe didn't understand the 3U is cursed thing, are you starting to get it? Ah, yes, here's this inane button combination never mentioned by the game, which works for some of the weapons, but not the slowest one. Okay. Hello, J Novice. Happy Friday to you, too. I have no idea who it is. I'm not actually that upset about it, but it's just like, that's so cursed. Why does it work for Hunting Horn? Hunting Horn doesn't damn need it. It swims so fast. Ah, yes, the classic balance of this feature never once explained to the player. It's ridiculous. Can you do it from neutral? Okay, so... you can do it sheathed. I seem stressed by heavy bowgun. I'm a little bit stressed by heavy bowgun. No, look, it really is just a heavy bowgun thing, FPS, look. You know, that's going to be my new poster child example of how this game's cursed. That's a neat input to know about, though. Sometimes that will be helpful to be able to go, whoop. Hey, look, I'm safe. Can light bowgun do it? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. I do want to know. Maybe it's a gunner controls thing? It could be. You can't do it out of a sheet, out of a scope. I was just kind of checking to see if like scoping in would make it so you could roll up or something. Because that would be an easy way of doing it. Like Bowgun can do it, but only when Pierce 2 is not. I know you're joking. Wait. It's the same across both weapons. You can't do it when unsheathed? Sorry, can you clarify what you mean, FPS? Can you do it when unsheathed with heavy bowgun, or is it, or sorry, with hunting horn, or is it only when sheathed? Because sheathed should be the same across all weapons. Sheathed is a state that's the same. It's the same unsheathed? Okay, so hunting horn can do it unsheathed. No, sorry, I need you to be very descriptive. Sorry, we're having a communication breakdown thing. Stupid text communication. Reset, yeah. You say what you've found you can do, and I'll just read it out loud, rather than ask you questions and having you respond. Both heavy bowgun and hunting horn are the same. Okay, got it. So hunting horn cannot do it while unsheathed. Heavy bowgun cannot do it while unsheathed. They can both do it when sheathed. Still better than not being able to swim up or down from neutral, but especially for a slow weapon like heavy bowgun, it is not useful. Like, if I see Plesioth coming at me, or like I need to go get out of the way of a move of his, this is not particularly useful. Maybe it is, I don't know. We'll try it. We'll try it. It's good to know that it's there. I'm glad to know that other weapons can't roll up and down when heavy bowgun can't. That would be truly infuriating. Does Olympic swimmer affect base swimming speed? Not while unsheathed. Only when sheathed. But no, I'm not actually stressed out by heavy bowgun. Not really. I'm mainly yelling about it to impart some comedy into this situation that is rather depressing for heavy bowgun, or it was rather depressing. Now that we know it's the same across weapons, it's not so bad. If heavy bowgun for whatever reason just didn't have that, that would be a bummer. It is pretty funny. I mean, I think it's less funny now that we know that it works the same across multiple weapons. It's still pretty funny that the option even exists and is never told to you. No, I want to make sure we mention that part because I don't want folks to actually take away that like other weapons can roll but heavy bowgun can't. Like, no, to be clear, we just found out from FPS that it is the same. Hunting horn and heavy bowgun are the same in terms of capabilities. It's not like one can roll underwater and one can't. That's how misinformation gets spread, especially because I was yelling about it. I was wrong. We were mistaken. Should have rolled. Too late, viewers already left the stream before clarification. Well, I tried. They're making a Reddit post as we speak. Oh no. Whoops. Whoops. You can always aim your camera vertically to dodge up or down. That's true. But that also, yeah, that takes too much time generally to actually be of use. Not anymore. It's not any more useful than just if we were going to wanting to do this. The 3U camera's pretty speedy, not underwater. And in the time you're doing that, you also can't watch the monster. To see, like if I wanted to get out of the way from Plesioth, if I want to go up, like, oh, let me dodge up. Like, no. That's not, I mean, like, you can do that to physically move up there, but that's not a good response to, like, dealing with a monster's moveset underwater. I think, honestly, just being able to neutral swim down is useful. Like, if you do that early enough, if you know you're going to be unsafe staying at the level with the monster that you're at, you can do that, and it'll end up better than if you just tried to roll sometimes. That is a good thing to know about. Sometimes that will be enough. Sometimes it won't be. And yeah, the 3U camera is pretty fast, but there's no option to change its speed, and it's not that fast when it's not running at too high of a frame rate. When it's running at too high of a frame rate, it's very fast. That would work just fine, actually, but without the high frame rate stuff going on, it's not like that. God damn that tail. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why would you do that? I think I rolled into that. I should have rolled a different direction. Uh-oh. I made the wrong call there. Okay. I do feel like I'm getting better at dealing with him, which is the point. God darn it. I shouldn't have spoken. Oh no, we're good. We got it that way. Got out of the way that time. Whoop. Also, Precious Stones, thank you for your insights about how you felt about heavy bowgun underwater and and like where you would shoot. I appreciate those sorts of tips from folks when they're intimately familiar with a weapon or a matchup in a certain game. Every time I see that freaking bite on a monster, it just makes me laugh. That is the one animation that I feel like is shared across the most monsters that just, it's so funny seeing so many monsters do the dumpy 2nd gen Wyvern Bite. It's probably not even 2nd gen, it's probably 1st gen, to be honest with you. But I think of it as the dumpy 2nd gen Wyvern Bite, because all the way back to 2nd gen, monsters will like limp up to you and do that bite. It's so silly. It's in 1st gen, I know it probably is. I'm still gonna call it the 2nd gen Wyvern Bite. It's even in Rise. It's a new animation, but yeah, there are monsters that still do it in Rise. Which, it does make me smile in that game, but I can tell it's not the same animation anymore. The way they cock their head is so dumb, too. I love it. It's such a good move. Pellet being good, isn't it? Pellet's really strong in this game. Like, it's surprisingly strong in this game. All right, we need a fin from him. For the fin, we should capture him, which is fine by me. Seems that way, FPS. Torquest was a menace with that bite. For some reason, it had a huge hitbox, and it felt so bad getting hit by that dumpy bite. I love it. I love how many monsters do it. Like, that's, I think, my favorite part, is, like, Diablos does it, Plesioth does it, the Wraths do it, like, Kutku does it. I don't even know, I think Garuga does it? I don't know. It's just, there's so many monsters that do it. It's just so funny. And it's such a dumpy animation, too. In this game, Pink Rathian does it, and when she does it, even though she's tired and about to die, she'll limp up to you, all unassuming like this really throws you off. She'll limp up to you, like limp, and then she'll do the bite, and it'll spawn the giant flame bite in front of the Pink Rathian. It's amazing. I love that. Hello, Ninja Frog. We did it. We finished the Plesioth. That was a lot clearer than the first time. We learned some things about heavy bowgun underwater. We learned about normal 3. We learned about swimming up and down. We learned about a little evade up and down you can do when you're sheathed, which is something. For you, Pinky and Lies, to abuse the bite as well. Siege exploit, we did practice the siege exploit. You're not gonna catch me using it. I already think siege is like a scam on most shot types. Like if you're okay, I guess maybe this is kind of closed-minded, but I feel like if you're bringing a gun where you need siege to fire enough shots to fill an opening, you probably shouldn't be running that gun. Like, find a gun that fires more of the shots you want to use. Like, if you have like a Pierce 3 clip and you're gonna have to like reload Pierce 3 over and over, you should probably try and find a gun that has a bit more Pierce. If you can. If you can't, then like that sucks. But like, I just feel like siege mode just shouldn't be necessary for a gun to actually be good. Or at least with how the guns are balanced in this game, you can generally have enough of a clip where you don't need to take the time to enter siege mode. You rarely get a big enough opening to take advantage of it solo. In multiplayer, it's probably different. Got walled by her for a solid 4 hours. I think a lot of people did. I remember getting walled by Pink Rathian. She's a pretty big wall in both high rank and G rank, I think, in that game. Her in the desert. Double Pink Rathian in the desert. Scary stuff. We got several fins there. That's nice. Pressurized Placer. We need one more fin. It's a neat option with a trade-off ammo. It's not like the siege mode thing doesn't have a huge trade-off. And underwater, you have a ton of potential angles you create using vertical spacing. Yeah. I think the whole like limiter removed system was a good idea. do like such glitches, then you can use it. I won't judge you. I'm not going to use it myself. Just as a phenomenon, I gotcha. Okay, we need some Volt Stones. Maybe I'll use Light Bowgun for Crimson Qurupeco. Let's see. Crimson Qurupeco is weakest to ice and fire, actually. That's interesting. Much weaker to ice, though. Weak to shot on its head, its chest, legs, body. Not its wings, though. Sure, there's some nasty diagonal angles you can get with Legiacris, and you'd have to look out for stuff like the Spiral Charge move, but thank you for actually checking it out. I'm not going to badge you about it anymore. Like, I'll keep playing around with entering Siege mode. I don't think I'm ever going to use the Siege glitch. When I'm talking about Siege Marts, I'm just talking about Siege in general. I'm not just talking about, like, oh, the Siege mode glitch is worth it. The Siege mode glitch seems rather worth it because obviously you can Siege mode fire stuff you're not supposed to, and guns aren't designed around it. It seems advantageous. If you want to use it, go ahead. It seems like a good option. It seems like a good option for firing shots that are better than the shots that they're generally willing to give you as Siege mode shots, yeah? So it's obviously advantageous. I'm talking about regular Siege mode. Regular Siege mode, I think, in general, is just not super... like, not super compelling. I'm not going to use it because I don't think that was intended by the developers. The Siege mode glitch, by the way, or was what I mean by that. Jeez. Yeah, let's use the Giganox Light Bowgun. We'll bring some ice. Does pair well with sleep, pair, ammo, or crag? Yeah, I think it's useful for stuff like that. Sure. I think it's useful, like, it's useful for shots that you can't fire very many of normally. I don't know. I'm okay with using it tactically for getting that kind of stuff off. I don't think it makes any sense to try and fire your primary damage dealing shot out of it because, like, if you need to use Siege mode to fire enough of your primary damage dealing shot, your primary damage dealing shot doesn't have a big enough clip size. Like, you should, like, I feel like for a gun to be good enough for you to use it and have a shot be your primary damage shot, it should have a clip that's large enough that you don't need Siege mode to get to unload in a big opening, if that makes sense. They would have to change how either Siege mode or regular guns were balanced, like regular gun clips were balanced to make Siege mode feel more necessary. I think they'd have to make more shot types have smaller clip sizes if they wanted Siege mode to be really useful. Is Monster Hunter secretly XCOM? I don't think so. Do you like Wyvern Heart, Wyvern Snipe? I don't really love stuff on cooldowns. I think they're both okay. They don't strike me as bad. I think they're less interesting than Siege Mode. I think they're less interesting than Siege Mode because, like, while you either have Wyvern Heart or Wyvern Snipe, they don't play to individual guns' ammo strengths. Like, if you have a gun that can Siege Fire, Para, or Poison, like, that's part of that gun, and it's neat because you can get off some quick Paras and Poisons. And if you have Wyvern Snipe, it means you can wake up the monster fat. Like, I don't know, just, it's interesting. I don't necessarily think it's bad. It doesn't strike me as over-centralizing the weapons around waiting for those abilities and then trying to use them. I don't like neither of them. Neither Wyvern Heart or Wyvern Snipe seems like centralizing to me. Wyvern Heart's pretty good, but like it takes a while to get it up, and then like if you, it takes a while to spool up when you're firing it. Like it seems pretty decently balanced actually. I think I'd still prefer Siege Mode to those, but I don't know. They're all right. What quest did I just choose? I don't think I went on the right quest. I sure didn't. Too many cooldowns are dangerous. Agreed. That's part of why I'm kind of like, I like it drawing from your ammunition resources. Yeah, Marks, I think that'd be neat, is if you could stock up on 2 Wyvern Snipes or 2 Wyvern Hearts to bring with you. That'd be better to me than having it on a cooldown. I feel the same way about the light bowgun mines. It's weird that you just have unlimited mines, and the mines are really good. The mines strike me as being unbalanced. They're fun to play with, but you shouldn't just have a million of, like, you shouldn't have unlimited of them. You just shouldn't. Yeah, that's what I mean about Snipe and Wyvern Heart Hot Pocket, is I feel like they're well balanced in that I know that Wyvern Heart, especially if you are good enough and you have a good enough opening to work it in, it's quite advantageous. Like, if you could use it every time it was up, it'd be good, but I feel like it's rather difficult to use it all in one burst whenever it's up without getting hit or interrupted in a bad way. So it feels decently balanced to me. Snipe feels really situational to me too, where like the monster needs to be stationary, you need to get like a good long pierce shot through it. So I feel like both of those are pretty balanced. I feel like the light bowgun mine's less so. Okay, let me not autopilot and grab the wrong quest. We want Crimson Qurupeco, which is called Bye Bye Bloom. There we go. Same way in Rise Hot Pocket. It's something where like the light bowgun mines are not only good, but they're good in that like the monster can just hit them on their own, and it just feels like if you're not utilizing them, you're missing out on a lot of tactility and a lot of damage. Like you really ought to be using them. Yeah, they strike me as being a little too good. Yeah, where Wyvern Heart is like slow and a little bit clunky, and Wyvern Snipe requires you to have like a monster be kind of stationary or long, there's no downside to the mines. And like they're fun to play with. I think they should be in the game. Like they're really fun, they just shouldn't be free. That's all. You should have a limited amount. That way, and like I think you could have something like 9 or 12 of them per hunt or something, so you can still use them pretty liberally, and they don't last forever. So it's not like they're like a huge damage buff for a whole time, for a lot when you're there. But like I don't know, having like 9 of those for a whole hunt would force you to choose. Granted, there's no such thing as limited resources in World and Rise, so it's like you could just go back to the camp and get more mines. It's just like I don't know. It's a mess. At least in that case, you couldn't carry an unlimited amount of them with you. Whoops. Considering light bowguns usually doing half the damage of every bowgun, I don't think it's like they shouldn't have that damage, J-Novice. It just shouldn't be something that you can spam for free. That damage should come from your shots and like using the right shots and shooting the monster in the right spots, not just putting down free explosives. Yeah, it's not like I don't think that they should not have that option. It's just it shouldn't be something where you just get them, you get an unlimited number of them for free. And yeah, they're not super interesting. Because you get unlimited of them, it's not like you have to think about what opportunity is best to use them in. You just put them down and hope the monster runs into them. Like, there are better ways to utilize them, where like you can line them up the right way where they're all in one spot, or use them when the monster's down, or like there's interesting things to do with them, but they're made less interesting for the fact that you have unlimited of them. Also, I would also take issue with saying that like Bowgun does half the damage of heavy Bowgun, especially in Rise. I don't know. Maybe at like maximum damage potential, a fully optimized heavy Bowgun on a perfect setup could deal a ton more damage than light Bowgun. Light Bowgun feels really strong in Rise, really, really strong. Oh yeah, this quest. Yeah. I don't think you can point at that and say like light Bowgun needs free damage like that because it's worse than heavy Bowgun. It's not worse, it's different. There's a trade-off in terms of whether you want rapid or you want full shots and you want a more mobile weapon or a less mobile weapon. There's trade-offs all over the place that aren't just they don't just make it cut and dry, I think. Just because it is less damaging doesn't mean it's like poor. I forgot about this quest. Yeah, we're not going to do this. But that's what I'm saying. Just because heavy Bowgun has the potential to do more damage does not mean it will always deal more damage, and does not mean that light Bowgun will always deal less damage. I don't even know if it is the world record for whatever. Like, what is the world record? Like, what world record? An RTA world record? For one of the monsters? Like, yeah, it's just not cut and dry like that. In a way that would be like, well, of course light Bowgun needs free damage from unlimited mines. Like, no, it's not just like that. What world record are we talking about, folks? For any percent? Okay, so we're talking about RTA, yeah? I mean, then you have to talk about, like, what's the balancing of the different Bowguns along the RTA route. Like, again, it's just not cut and dry. It really is just not. And yeah, I also think light Bowgun is the RTA world record. Anyways, that's not even the discussion we're having here, is like light Bowgun versus heavy Bowgun. We're really just talking about like, are the mines and their addition, like being able to have unlimited kind of free damage that you set down on the ground and then kind of play around, is that a good inclusion for light Bowgun's kit? I think it's an interesting way of playing. I think it's fun to play around those mines, but they need to be like, they need to have limitations, so you actually have to think about it. And yeah, what Hot Pocket said there is good. Oops. Hi, love. What's up? Why is she crying? Wait, is she hurt? Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Hang on, this is a bad situation. there's a Devil Joe in the Qurupeco. Hi, Annie. Hi, Affogato. Oh, gosh. Okay, I think the Qurupeco is going to leave, so we should be good. Oh, God. Mm-hmm. Pause, streamer. There is a pause. Hi. Hello, cat. How's it going?
She was sitting by the door.
She was sitting outside here crying?
Yeah.
Aw. Hello. Aw. She's happier than when she usually comes in here.
Mm-hmm. You put the cat attack up.
Mm-hmm. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. You working on stuff?
I was playing guitar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hello, Affogato.
Hey, Martz.
Are you a happy cat? She's very much a happy cat.
She is happy now. Say goodbye, Affogato. Bye.
Oh, she's happy. She just wants you to pet her.
Alright.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Another cat. Oh my goodness.
We can hear the purrs. She has a really loud purr. Imagine being a cat. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Wait. Oh, okay. Right. The Qurupeco flashed him. I was like, wait, I didn't use a flash bomb. Oh, this quest is a mess. Yeah, that's one of our two cats. That's Affogato. That moon. Oh, the Qurupeco went to area 10, I think. Ouch. Yeah, you know, honestly, that sort of statute really, I feel like that sort of statute would really help a lot of concepts in World. A lot of the things in World are really fun and cool. Or not just World, sorry, World and Rise, both. Really fun and cool. They just need trade-offs to make them interesting. Too much of a good thing is too much of a good thing. I know that sounds silly when talking about a video game, but... Even World Longsword? No way. Yeah, I mean, like... How about the trade-off for getting to use counters and stuff like that is you have to be really freaking good at iframes, and you don't get a million iframes to do those counters with. I've said before, I feel like the way to make those tools that Longsword has balanced is to make them really hard to use. This is not the way out of the area. Yeah, I've said that and I mean it, where like I think both the EI slash and the Foresight slash should have the same number of iframes as a roll. I think that would make it a lot more balanced. If we ever do a modded playthrough of World, maybe that'll be how we'll play through it. World Longsword, but with like no iframes. People would be so confused. Good luck finding that mod. We'd have to probably tweak an existing one or like make it ourselves or something. It doesn't seem like a mod that many people would want, huh? Anyways, I'll stop ranting about balance in 5th gen. It's kind of an easy rabbit hole to go too far down. Especially when we talk about it so often. But those are some Bowgun pertinent thoughts, and vaguely how they related to Siege mode in this game. Quote 90 to you, Marths. God darn it, what are you two doing? Stop it! Why do you like that mod, Hot Pocket? Because it's funny. It's just funny you made it, presumably because of salt. That's the kind of person that person seems like. Gotcha, Horfox. It's a bummer about that like we don't universally enjoy all the balancing changes made to 5th gen gunning because the controls are a lot nicer. It'd be nice to be able to see what classic gunning would feel like just with updated controls and nothing else. Yeah, I'm with you, Nefudis. I don't want to call them out like directly right now because I don't like calling people out on stream in general, but they're a person I really would not like to see much from or interact with in any possible way. I also like recently had my opinion of them lowered even further when I found that the Strackers loader is not kept up to date right now. You have to like fix it yourself in order for it to function on the current version of World. Like, it wasn't loading the performance patch until I manually changed some files around, and then it worked, which was not updated anywhere on the project's README, even though that's the mod for World. Like, Strackers is the mod for World, for modding World, and it doesn't function right now. Apparently, like, this developer that everybody's like, oh, this person does so much for the modding community, can't even keep their damn project updated. Like, what? All you need to put in the README is to change these 2 lines, or change those 2 lines and ship it like that. Keep it that way, Marks. All right, after the Qurupeco. Well, I got wrist heated tonight. I'm not that heated. I don't know. I guess the reason that gets to me so much is like when I've talked with folks in the past about that person and why their conduct around the community is like kind of unacceptable and like pretty toxic. People have been like, yeah, but they've done so much for the modding community, and like they have, which is important. But then they also haven't kept the main mod for Monster Hunter World updated. Like, what? Like, just I don't know. That blew my mind a little bit. It's true, Dog Crotchel. I'm not into that either. Stracker is a different person, and Stracker's loader is his mod? Is that so? Isn't Stracker's lair maintained by Stracker? Is it? If so, then I apologize. I don't think it is. Hang on, I'll pull it up here in a minute so I can actually look. I don't want to be spreading, like if I was spreading something unsubstantiated, then that's shitty of me and I apologize. This is a mess, this quest. As far as I understand, they've worked on a lot of different things. Yeah, me too, Shadow. I think they're the... Here, hang on. You know what? I don't want to wait until the end of this quest to resolve this. Hang on, 1 second. I think I'm wrong. Okay, it's the performance patch that's... Yeah, the performance patch is uploaded by Asterisk. I think I had to change something, I believe, in the performance patch itself to get Strackers to load it properly. That was not maintained in like the README for the mod or anything. I had to like go and look through all of the posts on Mod Nexus to be able to try and find the solution for how to get it to work properly. If I attributed that to the wrong person just now, then I apologize. I'm not trying to throw that at the wrong person. Either way, I'm not a fan of people who are blatantly really, really overly negative and derisive like that. Oh God, I didn't know you could do that. Whoops, Nullberry not going to take off that defense down. I didn't know you could jump off the cliff like that. It's a good thing you do that too? Yeah, that was a bad situation. Anyways. Like I said, Ashen, I apologize if I was calling out the wrong person or just attributing that sort of fault to the wrong person there. I was surprised at the state of things, whoever it was attributed to there. I was surprised at essentially the two default mods that you are like required or recommended to have to get into world modding didn't function without outside research and fixing it yourself. Just following the installation instructions was not enough to get it to function. And I do feel like it's rough for someone, no matter like if someone's contributed work on a lot of different projects, it's good of them to have done that, but no matter, it's also pretty rough to have that person be also pretty vocally like derisive in a lot of ways. I don't know, Marston. I don't really want to know. I don't really want to know what all goes on behind the scenes there. Just, I don't know. In general, if there are folks out there who act like that, I don't really want much to do with them. Oops. Okay, well. Oh, geez, it's Rapid Pellet 1. I didn't realize. Wasn't paying close enough attention. Lots of recoil, too. Got the limp, though. I don't even claim to really be able to speak to a Jhen novice. I don't know the person well. Just the bits and pieces I've seen, it's like... I don't know. There's a lot of folks in this world who are, like, contributing decent things to the world while doing it in a way that's, like, that's kind of rough. We're all flawed. You're just gonna, I wouldn't even be able to tell you, Marks. I would just say you'd have to go and look for yourself. Like, I wouldn't even be able to tell you the details of such stuff. I've barely looked into it. Devil Joe's here. Didn't bring a trap, I should have. Maybe he'll kill the Qurupeco. He really might. Oof. That's not too good.
No! I jinxed it!
All right. What do we get in the box here? Got some normal too. I'll probably end up using that. A little bit more straightforward to fire there. Now Pekka's gonna die? Could be. I would imagine they'd stop fighting as soon as we died there. Alright, they're both still in here. Is Qurupeco leaving? I think it is, yeah. Or is it sleeping in the tree? No, it's leaving. We're good. Goodbye, Devil Joe. Hi, Basil Boy. There we go. Well, that quest was a little bit messier than I remembered. GG, thanks. I don't know. Like I said, I apologize for, I don't know, not being well read enough to describe that whole entire situation of the mods not working properly. Something was up when I tried it, but like I said, I don't want to misconstrue things. Here comes Double Joe. We got several Volt Stones. The organ a Crimson Qurupeco uses to generate electricity releases a charge when struck. We couldn't read that description before because we were out of them. Now we're not. Let's see if we can upgrade to the Pacopius Thunder. You needed 3, then we probably still need to get more. Let's see about forging it. Forging it? Actually, forging it, we can just make it. We're probably going to do that. Versus upgrading it. Yeah, we still need another Volt Stone. I think we'll just save this and maybe make the Dios cannon out of it. That thing looks pretty freaking sick. Yeah, we'll just make it. That's silly. But we can just make it instead. Okay, let's see about the upgrade to the ore gun. Still just need more Zenny. Okay. What were the other bowguns I wanted to use? That's a pretty gun. Which one? The Jhen cannon, the Plesioth cannon, the meteor cannon. Let's see about the Jhen one. The Dios? Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's see about the Jhen cannon. For the Jhen cannon, we just need one more Sturdy Fang. So one more Jhen Moran Slay would do it. I'll let you guys pick my weapon for... You know what? Should we use... I think we're gonna... Yeah, we're gonna actually go ahead and use a heavy bowgun on Jhen and see how it goes. Might go well, might go really poorly. We'll find out. Alright. So we got normal 3 for its scatters. We can't fire any pierce. We're gonna bring pellet. We're gonna bring clust. Don't need to bring poison. Don't need to bring toadstools. I'm gonna bring my wyvern fangs, I think it is, for pellet 2. Pellet 2 is Huskberry and Wyvern Fang. Normal 3 is Huskberry and Popfish. Okay, so Popfish and Wyvern Fangs. I think it's worth it for a Jhen run. Popfish, huh? We got plenty. Nice. Alright, I'm going to bring all the potions I can because he's probably going to rough us up. Another combo book. Won't need antidotes. Won't need bug nets. Won't need trank bombs. Won't need dung bombs. We're gonna need some kind of food. Let's just bring energy drinks. Because I'm low on steaks. Alright. I'm keeping paintballs. Won't need null berries. Alright. That should be good, I think. We're gonna bring Might Seeds, I think. Okay. We're gonna grab some more shots from the store. And then we'll go take on Jhen. See how we do with heavy Bowgun on Jhen. I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you. We should look at his shot type hit zones before we go out there. And bring some bombs. Just noticed the laggy fountain. That thing's cool. It is, yeah. We just got that earlier today. Jhen Mohran. All right. Shot type. His mouth is 50. Belly 38. Fin 40. Weakened fin 48. Okay, so it's 40 when you're just shooting at 48 once you've broken it open. Not at all weak to fire, so we're not bringing that. Arm is a 25. That's pretty rough. All right. Let's see how we do. Rumble in the Great Desert with heavy Bowgun. This is my second Jhen attempt. Or like, well, we attempted it a few times the first time we were doing Jhen. Off we go. I'm gonna keep his hit zones open so I can remember where I'm supposed to be shooting. Mouth, belly, fin, weakened fin. The rest of them's pretty rough. So really the belly's where we want to be shooting if we can. I forgot bombs, I think. Oh well. At least they give us some.
Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
The second siege of the customary hunt has begun. Wait. Oh no. I have too many items. I can't. Shoot. That's really frustrating. Need an item space? You do, for cannonballs. That's probably changed by 4th gen. And if not that, then certainly 5th gen. I mean, Zora Magdaros is a siege that has cannons involved. This will be back up again by the time we need it, so I'm not too worried about doing that. Forgot World is 5th gen? 5th gen is World and Rise, yeah. Alright, is he gonna let us on? I think he's gonna do a shake again. Yeah, he is. Not yet, he's gonna do another slam. Let's see if we can get this cannon off first. Yep. I'll take that hit. Didn't even get hit for it. Hello, General Syraxis. There we go. Hopefully he doesn't flinch with this. Nope, we're good. Okay, let's get on there and let's shoot that fin. Oh! Okay. I've never done... I don't even know if I've ever done this with a bowgun before. Certainly not with pellet. We gotta watch our health. Actually, we should save Clus for the bad hit zones. That's normal 1. We don't want that. We gonna get chucked off? Yep. Dang, we almost just straight up carded to that. That's terrifying. I'm not contributing much to this modding conversation because it's pretty in-depth, but also I have pretty similar feelings to Marks about modding. In terms of like, I think modding can create a holistically new, different experience, but I don't think it should necessarily be compared directly to its base game. It's not the base game anymore once it's modded. It is something different. That's weird. He doesn't normally go away like that after being hit. Is he gonna charge the ship again? He is. What a jerk. Get out of here. He doesn't normally do that. Normally after the first ballista, he just shimmies up to the ship like this, and he'll maybe like swipe once, but he doesn't normally do that. That's interesting. Is he gonna do the swipe now? I think he is. Yeah, he's not letting us on yet. Please don't do a belly flop. Okay, he's gonna do the swipe. I like that you can low profile that by being over here. That's nice. Okay, now is he gonna let us on? Yeah, now he's gonna let us on. Here we go. All right. 1. 2. Interesting, that interaction we just had. Oh gosh. I think why Mirths is insisting to use the word objectively Hot Pocket is because when you're saying something is just a better version of it and it's replaced it, that's like, it's trying to say objectively that something is better or replacing something. Whoops. Shoot. Yeah, there really is. I'm with Marks on this. I don't think this is the right way to do this, what I'm doing right now. I don't think this is smart. I think I should be using normal too. Not having broken this is really, really rough. Like, we're dealing damage. I just don't think we're dealing damage to the right part. I think that some people really do, who made you do the big fish? Me. I'm trying to get better at doot. Or, not doot, but shooty doot. I think Hot Pocket, some people really do feel like, once you've modded it, it's just a better game. And I think that you can't just say that. What you're trying to avoid is being stuck in semantics? I mean, but you're also trying to say that modding makes the games just better, objectively, right? Like, you're just trying to say that modding makes them 100% better, which would be objectively, like, saying that they're better. I'm gonna die, I think. That's not what you're saying? Okay. Then I think I misunderstood what you were trying to say. Just straight up died. Well, that's one way of getting back. It's probably quicker, to be honest. I don't know if that's a good thing to have done. Yeah, how would you define outdo, I guess, is what I'm curious about. Is he going up to the front? He is. Okay, it's Dragon Air time then. How are you supposed to dodge that exactly? You're supposed to have more defense or heal. I should have healed if I wanted to avoid being one shot by that. In a similar way as better, which is colloquially understood not to mean objective in a philosophical sense. I mean, but saying something is better than something else is appealing to the fact that it is objectively better, yeah? Like, what else do you mean by better? Like, better to me, better sometimes? You gotta clarify. I think it's really important. I think people do not often enough clarify whether they're trying to say objectively or objectively. Yeah, I'm also lost, Mars. I'm sorry. I guess, Hot Pocket, could you semantically say what you're trying to say about mods, so I understand what you're trying to say objectively and what you're trying to say subjectively? Let you out of semantics jail? It's important! Like, it's important, Hot Pocket, because I can't understand what you're trying to say. Like, I'm not memeing at you, and I'm not just trying to be pedantic. I'm legitimately trying to understand what exactly it is you're saying about mods, and I can't tell because you're not being specific. Caught some air off that one. I'm not trying to frustrate you. I apologize if what Martha and I are asking of you is frustrating. I'm genuinely just trying to understand what you're trying to say about mods. Dang, that's so much damage. Okay, we got it. To the next one. I probably should have been using normal 2 on that the entire time, to be honest. I think in the future I should go for this one. I think up here you don't get hit by the tail flick like he just did as many times. Here's an opening. Now this is a fight where siege makes sense. No, I don't think that. I mean, like, yeah, genuinely, I think that when people, like, it depends on the person and what they're saying, Hot Pocket, but yeah, I'm really picky and specific about people's wording when they're talking about comparing things. That's not what you mean? Well, what did you mean? That's all I'm asking is, what did you mean about mods? That's not what most people mean? I'm aware that most people aren't trying to speak objectively when they do, but it's important to ask them about it so you understand, like, what they actually mean. So, like, if you don't mean objectively better, what do you mean? That's what I'm curious about. Yeah, I know, Ice-T. I mean, like, I'm not upset about it. I'm just like, I'm genuinely confused. Now I mean, granted, like I said, I entered the situation kind of late. I wasn't paying attention to the beginning of the conversation. But even still, I'm just confused as to what Hot Pocket's trying to say. Like, I think it's pretty easy to say that, like, mods make things more fun for some people in some ways. It is silly to exclude mods wholesale rather than on a case-by-case basis. Sure. I don't think that's controversial. I also think it would be silly to say that mods make things better objectively. I think we've just agreed that there is the existence of nuance. I just think, Hot Pocket, I think more people than you believe will take an objective statement like that, as to mean objectively. Like, if you said, modded world is always better than Monster Hunter World face. Like, some people are just gonna say that, or are just gonna take that at face value. That's why I think I'm really picky about that sort of thing. They usually are FPS, it's true. Did I not bring? Okay, no, I did. What did we just flinch him with? Like, what part did I just flinch? That wasn't the big belly flinch, and it wasn't the arm breaking. Belly flinch? That wasn't the big belly flinch, but it could have been some kind of flinch. Oh, I forgot to use Might Seeds. I had them with me. Shoot. I'm genuinely not... I don't know. I feel like I'm coming off as being really obnoxious. I'm not trying to be. Point is that there isn't some sacred distinction. What is the difference between Ultimate Duramboros and Forward and Sigil? Because it released it. It's a true game experience given from on high. I mean, like, ultimately, it is... I mean, like, I think that there's something to be said for something that is part of the game and released by the game's people who made it, and something that is not made by the people who made the game. Like, that is a pretty easy distinction to draw, yeah? And, like, some other version of it might be more fun to you or better in one way or another that you can look at objectively, like, oh, this is objectively more balanced if we compare the systems at play here. Something like that. But just saying it's better or worse doesn't make much sense. Like, I mean, the only logical distinction to draw is something like... The only logical distinction to draw is from the people who made the game, part of the game that was released by the people who made this game, who penned this game, and from people who didn't. That's like the only logical distinction to draw, I think. Oh, shoot. Except that both of those are the same. Both of those are actually people who made Monster Hunter FPS versus like Joe Schmo making a longsword mod. God. Jhen, why? Shoot. Is it possible to kill Jhen Ram before getting to this stage? Nope. The point is that you should not judge a thing's quality? I don't think we're arguing that. Why is Joe Schmo categorically less preferable to the official devs? Because I think some people want to experience the game from the devs. I'm not even saying that like it wouldn't be better. I'm not saying it would be better or worse from the devs itself, but like that's the only logical distinction to draw, right? Is like this is part of the game. This is something else because it's made by somebody else. This Jhen won't quite get in range for the Dragonator. I'm kind of frustrated by him. Okay, now he should be in range. Yeah. I think Martz and I wouldn't have taken issue with that Hot Pocket. I think... Maybe I'm not even going to speak for Martz. I wouldn't have taken issue with that. I think when you say stuff like certain mods are just de facto better, that's where people start going, yeah, but better to who? Why? You can't say that. But you did initially say that, Hot Pocket. You haven't been saying that for 10 minutes, but it is initially what you said, which is, I think, why Martz and I jumped on it. And I think that that's always going to be subjective, Nefus. I don't think there's any way, I mean, outside of like really objective things like numbers and balance, you can say something is better than the original. There is just the original, and then there's another version of it that you might like better. I can accept that now, but when you don't word it like that initially, like, we have no other option than to take you at that face value. I don't know. I'm very confused by this whole conversation. Want to move past this point and engage with the topic? Okay, I will try my best to facilitate that. Well, then you have to talk like it. I'm sorry. Like, you can't phrase something objectively and then go, but I don't mean objectively. That's just not how language works. I'm sorry. No, wait. No, Marks, that doesn't mean that. Yeah, IMO means subjective. In their opinion is subjective. It means, in my opinion, that means subjective. That is a clear distinction that someone means something is... This conversation's a mess. I'm sorry. Yeah, Marth, sorry, you just lost me. Fun topic? It's a mess, Quill. I think I'm going to fail this Jhen Moran quest, is what I think. Yeah, but think is fine. Can we do religion now? Please, no. Oh, that's double carded. Yeah, that means you think the game is better. Just thinking something is better, Marth, doesn't mean that you think it objectively. Saying that something is better without saying that you, like, I don't know, saying that something is better without clarifying you think it just for you is where it becomes, like, more objective than subjective to me. What a mess. Do we have this binder up? We don't. I gotta break this arm, like, right now. Perfect. Yeah. Anytime someone says something was their opinion, I think it's pretty clear that they mean it subjectively. Marks, I think you kind of lost the plot. I don't know. Clearly there is some linguistic things going on. They're causing some of us to have different hangups about this conversation. Just saying, I think this makes it subjective. It is subjective because it is you who are thinking it. Saying this is what it is more objective, a more objective statement. I'm sorry. If I'm delighting in this conversation, I apologize. I've seen so many conversations like this on the internet before. Thing is, when you state an opinion without saying IMO, it's still an opinion. That's true, but the way you word it can affect if somebody takes it as objective or not. Either way, I think we do need to move past this particular topic. And yeah, mods should be like judged individually and not just by the fact that they're not included in the game on their own. I have no ammunition. It's pretty great in the Furious. Okay, we repelled it. That's something we had not gotten before. Well, okay, we've now failed the quest a couple times to Jhen. We've killed Jhen once. We've now repelled Jhen once, too. What was this conversation was about? How mods are judged? I'm not entirely sure. I originally thought that the conversation was about that some mods are always better than their base game. That was how I thought this conversation started. And then it's been clarified that the conversation is actually about that mods should be judged outside of their context as mods, which is a very different point. That's the initial statement that kicked off the conversation, was these mods are better than their base games, which is an objective statement. Did we get a Fang? I don't think we got a Fang, but we got another Earth Dragon Gem. That's nice. I guess we should focus on breaking both Fangs. They will never replace an original experience. This is what you were disputing. So what would be an example of something getting replaced, Hot Pocket? Like, it would be replaced. I don't know. That confused. I guess I'm still kind of confused. Bobby Flay is 57. I don't know who Bobby Flay is. 3U is 10 years old today. He's an American celebrity chef. Yeah, I'm with Nefudis. In that, like, a mod turns it into its own separate thing. It's not like when you're playing Monster Hunter World modded, you're not playing Monster Hunter World. You're playing a modded version of Monster Hunter World. You're playing something different. If how you enjoy Monster Hunter World is modded, you don't enjoy Monster Hunter World. You enjoy modded Monster Hunter World. It's very different. I've felt that way for a while, and it's part of why, like, I don't know. It's part of why I'm experiencing World unmodded, is because I want to try and form opinions of how I feel about Monster Hunter World, not about some random person's version of Monster Hunter World. And yeah, you can enjoy Monster Hunter World, but Monster Hunter World modded more. That's true too. Like, you could like regular World just fine, and you can like modded World for different reasons. That's totally okay. It's just, it's not the same thing. All right, now what? Do we have enough Zenny to upgrade our other guns? I wouldn't mind piercing Jhen Mohran. We can make the Meteor Cannon, and the Meteor Cannon has Pierce 2. Doesn't it Siege Pierce 2? It does. Sieging Pierce 2 against Jhen sounds like a pretty nice idea. Yeah, I'm also kind of confused about the word replace. I think the only way the word replace works for me is like replace it for an individual person. Like an individual person will prefer it for somebody else. Like, sorry, that was an awful statement I was reading. The only way replace works for me is if it's someone saying like, I enjoyed this experience that's modded better than the default experience. And that's fine, but that's just for that one person. So I don't know, yeah, the word replace is, I think, also causing me some grief. I'm very confused. I guess I want to apologize to all of y'all because I don't know how to facilitate this conversation in a way that's not, like, kind of confusing and frustrating. Hi, Jakes. Yeah, they said replace in a subjective per person basis, Marths. Perhaps food analogies could resolve this. You know, when the food is, yeah. Now we know how wars are started. We do. I think the foodist is right. Yeah, let's say the game. Yeah, exactly. The game is pizza, and the mods are pineapples or anchovies or whatever toppings you like. Some people like, I don't know, but also like what? But the ingredients are put on by people who aren't the people who baked the original pizza or something. What? What if the game is mint chocolate chip ice cream? And what if the mods are sprinkles? And what? And what if the survival aspects are mint and the combat's chocolate? And what if the sprinkles only interact with the chocolate? And like, we're not touching it. I'm sorry this conversation's such a freaking mess. I wish I could lead this conversation better, but I don't think I can. I think that's what I was referencing, Marks, yeah. That felt kind of out of character for Rist. What? The ice cream thing? I wasn't taking a dig at Jacob's video. I'm laughing at how bad it would be if we tried to mix that analogy into this. Making a joke reference? Oh. Is that out of character for me? Okay. Apparently that's out of character for me. Alright, let me buy some ammunition. Let's try out this gun. It is, yeah. I guess it is. I don't know. Okay, what did Icy say? Adding the amount of salt needed to enjoy your meal differs for each person. This is why chefs don't over-season their meals baseline so that people can add whatever, even if it may not line up to what the chef would consider their cooked meal. Yeah. I think we're just having completely different conversations. Honestly, is what's going on. Is I think like Marks and I are having a conversation about how people talk about things, and y'all are having a conversation about mods. Yeah, Ice-T's not even having a conversation. You're good. When I say y'all, I mean FPS and Hot Pocket, I guess. You're just adding salt? Oh no. What a mess. How am I? I'm well. This is interesting. I'm a bit scatterbrained. I'm trying to sell things and I keep going and pressing the wrong buttons. We probably can sell some Plesioth stuff. Where is Plesioth stuff? Here it is. Oh, I thought we could sell Plesioth stuff. I guess not. I don't think that Martha and I disagree with the fact that, like, you can enjoy mods. This is funny, though. I think it's kind of funny, too. Like, are we just going in circles? I think so, too, Quill. Yeah. I think we're going... Okay, let's see. There's a game, and mods are things you can add a game as you please, but it's a flavor that not everyone likes the same, and some people like it as vanilla. That's all you're reading in colorful variations. Yeah, I think that's what we're saying. And I don't think anyone here has any issue with that. I think that some people here take issue with people reading into statements too much as objectivity, and other people here take issue with people phrasing things in a way that is pretty objective when originally phrased that way. Yeah, and so exactly, Hyperray. Some people will really prefer the game as it was originally released because it was just released by the people who made the game, and other people won't. I don't, like, for me personally, this varies on a game-to-game basis. Like, for Skyrim, I like Skyrim, and I like what the people at Bethesda do in terms of making a world to explore with, like, lots of lore and backstory and stuff, but the gameplay is really boring, and so I like adding things into that gameplay to change it up. And so I don't really have a problem with that. When it comes to Monster Hunter, for me personally, I kind of hold dear how the developers make this series. Like, I think even in the newer games where I have balancing issues, I'd still rather play their Monster Hunter than play somebody else's Monster Hunter. And so to me, it's like, I respect their game design in a way where I'm like, I really like Monster Hunter, and I want to dedicate my time to enjoying Monster Hunter and understanding how I feel about Monster Hunter and learning about Monster Hunter, not Monster Hunter with additions. And that's going to vary from person to person. I think we should drop the objectivity thing. Oh no, Shadow upon the Tempest. Objectively, new game bad, old game good. Or wait, new game bad, old game bad. There you go. Capcom modded in Valor and Alchemy styles. Like I said, I think it's just going to change from person to person. Like, I respect those additions, even though I might not even agree with all the balancing decisions for those, but I respect them because they came from the Monster Hunter team. And so I'm not going to play a different version. Other people might not like those and go, well, I can change it, so I'm going to change it. And that's just, some people are going to do that, some people are not going to. I mentioned Star Sector before. It's a really good example of an experience that is wholly uplifted by mods, since the developer designs the game around them. It's still not objectively better, and you have some vanilla purists, but it'd be very hard to argue vanilla is worth playing over modded. Gotcha, Nefus. Yeah, I think there are some experiences like that where some people would argue that Minecraft is like that. I'm sure. Some people really like modded Minecraft, and to them, like, vanilla Minecraft is boring or incomplete. And some people really like, I'm sure there are people out there who like vanilla Skyrim. They're just insane. But more people, it's like more widely accepted to mod that game because it's kind of like, oh my God. Marths, I think you should drop it. I don't think they want to talk about that. I don't think they meant it, even if they phrased it like that. I don't think they meant it. I think you should drop it for the sake of the conversation. I'm with you that people should be careful when talking about things being better than other things. Because, like, especially in like a discussion-focused environment where you're talking about things being good or bad, like, and trying to weigh why things are good or bad, that it is just our opinion, but we're trying to discuss things in an objective manner sometimes. In here. So it's like, I feel like it's worthwhile to worry about that. But that's not how they intended it. They've clarified that many times. We should drop that. I want to try Jhen with my new gun, but I want to use the power barrel on it. So I got to sell some stuff. That's where we're at right now in the game. Like I said, yeah, it's clear you didn't mean it like that. You've clarified many times. For you, it's like maybe you don't like a part of the movie and you personally think it would be better if it ended differently, and maybe you could even shoot your own ending. I gotcha. We can't all be politicians. Thank God. Oh, I sold stuff. We have Zenny. We're good. Gosh. Okay, we have our upgraded new bowgun. We're gonna try it out on Jhen. What is your reason for preferring Monster Hunter Team versus modders? So, I mean, for me personally, it is like a personal thing. I don't really think it's how other people should feel. Wait, what FPS failure? Oh, okay, the Hot Pocket question? That was the topic you tried to pivot to. For me, like, it's gonna be different for every person. For me, I think I respect the game design principles that go into this series so much that I want to experience just this series. I know that I could change stuff, like in World. I really don't like Clutch Claw. I think it's pretty garbage. I think having to micromanage some kind of tenderized state because you have the option to do that is pretty boring and bad, and it's not great. But I'm still not going to mod it out because that's that game. It's like, at the end of the day, I want to play and invest my time and effort into playing the Monster Hunter series, not a modded version of it. Time spent playing a modded version would be time spent losing touch with what World really is and how the series really is. And yeah, in general, a lot of mods aren't going to be on base as balanced as like as the base game. And like, I'm gonna cherry pick one here. We're like, let's take a look at some of the mods that put in tougher enemies that aren't in Monster Hunter World, like the Crimson Fatalis and the Hellblade Glavenus mod. Those might be really cool. Those are, I think, in a lot of people's opinions, some of the better mods, right? They add in like some really brand new visuals, some new moves, some new fights, essentially. And I still think they're really, like, you can look at those and you can go, those are horrifically unbalanced. That Hellblade Glavenus just gave you 5 large Elder Dragon gems for clearing it. Why did it do that? It's not an Elder Dragon. Like, there's numerous reasons where, like, I don't think, I think, okay, to be honest with you, Hot Pocket and FPS, I think that there exists this potential for me to find a mod someday that I look at it and I inspect it and I go, that is made so holistically along the lines of how Monster Hunter devs make Monster Hunter that I'm okay with it. I just think that the number of mods out there that are like that are so few. Every single one of them, most of them, blatantly wear their "we're not like the developers" on their sleeve. And that's okay. Like, that's what a lot of players want. They want stuff that's not in the game. I think the only mods I would be interested in would be mods that integrate into the game in a way that is so close to the base game that I'd be okay with it. And I know Marth has been memeing it up on y'all, or like not letting you guys go for some objective stuff, but that's the reason I'm okay with a lot of Marth's Tips custom quests, and I wouldn't be okay with just anybody's. I think the vast majority of custom quests out there are designed in a way where they don't take any sort of like original consideration for how the game structures its challenge in mind into account. And so they're just kind of wildly off base, they're wildly different, they're not really part of the game. Marth's custom quests aren't from the developers, but I think that that person does a great job of sitting there and paying attention to the details of how the game is made in a lot of ways and go, this is as close as I can make this to something that's in line with that. Yet the first time you said to get the mod that restores the intent of the developers and you just shot it down based on the fact that it wasn't a developer's intent. You don't know the developer's intent, FPS. The only way to know the developer's intent is what's in the game. It's interesting that you call it the Hellblade quest. I think this is genuinely the hardest fight you've ever had in any Monster Hunter game. Looking forward to fighting again after it's been rebalanced. And like, I'm not even saying that it's not fun, Precious Stones. I'm just saying that for me, I wouldn't put it in because I can look at one detail of it and go, that isn't designed the way that I want my game to play. But it got slapped on from them. I mean, it's their intention. They intended to add it to the base game fights, and they did. You don't know. You can't tell if that's how they wanted it to. They were the same people who added the Defender armor. Maybe they want those fights earlier on in the game to be easier now. You don't know. So that's my personal reasoning for being sort of against mods in general. Mods also complicate matters in like different team, different director. There being people who make the Monster Hunter games. Hi, Gecko. When we do it, it's a mod. When they do it, it's a change edition. I mean, just straight up, like I said, the only real distinction you can draw as to what is Monster Hunter and what is Monster Hunter, like, from somebody else who isn't related to Monster Hunter is, did the developers make it? The person who made the mod and the person who decided on changing the game are doing the exact same thing in a different form. That's where you're getting miffed. Sure, I mean, and I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't feel the way you feel about it. It's a personal thing for me, where, for me, I only respect, by default, the changes that come from Capcom, even if I don't agree with them. Thank you, Quill. Thanks. I don't know if it's the original high rank experience, FPS, it's clearly not because it's different. But at this point in time, that's the intended experience from those developers. They made that change. They added Defender gear. Like, just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that it's not in line with their original intent. Or like, just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that it's not in line with their current intent. And you also don't know who made those changes. Like, that's what I'm saying. I guess this is a point that I feel like I get a little bit miffed about. Like someone called out earlier today, pretty often, in that people assume too much about what, like, how things work behind the scenes. the current intent is entirely ignoring the previous ranks, and so the changes are there like mods unintended. You don't know if they're unintended. You don't know. Like, I get pretty up on this pretty often. Is like, people do not know what goes on inside of the Monster Hunter team or inside of Capcom. You don't know the reasoning. You can interpret it, but you don't know. What are you missing? There's a large discussion going on, Soul, about why I feel, and why some people feel in general, that mods are not real Monster Hunter. They're somebody else's version of Monster Hunter that's changed. And it's the only real Monster Hunter is what's made by the people who make Monster Hunter. And like why I might prefer sticking with something like that to having mods. FPS is saying that some of the changes made to base world are clearly just as bad as some of the changes that mods make because they disregard the intention from the original progression that world came out with. And I agree they're not balanced, but we don't know if they were intentional or not. Like, we don't know how much of that was like them just applying the claw and going, oh, well, whatever. And how much of it was them going, we're going to add the claw because we want these ranks earlier than Iceborne to be easier so folks get to the Iceborne content. I mean, I'm not saying it's the intended experience for how it was originally released. Yeah, you can't dog crotchel. It's not possible to go back to before the Iceborne changes. And like I don't even disagree with you guys. Like, I don't disagree with you that those changes are awful. The way that they murdered their own high rank is awful. Like, it's just not good. Their own low rank and high rank, like it's awful. If you don't own the expansion, yeah, even if you don't own the expansion, they still have released public patches for everyone's version of the game, even without paying for the expansion, that changes how the game works and adds claggers and stuff like that. What if you mod the game to a pre-Iceborne state? I would be okay with mods like that. Mods that legitimately just revert things to the exact state it was before. That would be a mod. Yeah, you can't use the clutch claw, but the claggers are still there, dog crotchel. That's how it is when you buy the base game without Iceborne. They really done goofed. Yeah, I'm with Lord Castellian here. Like, reverting something to exactly how it was released by developers previously, I would call that a mod I'd be okay with personally, because that's just, I don't know. Can you say you enjoy base world regarding pre-Iceborne? That's separate from base world post-Iceborne? Yeah, some people do say that. Some people really liked base world's balancing before Iceborne came out. I didn't, but some people really did. What version has the developer's intent in mind? I mean, like, there's no way for you to know FPS. Developer intent, the only way you can take developer intent is what you have from the developers. If you're comparing two different versions from them, you don't know. You don't know. Are they iterating on it because they agree more with because they have some new intention? Are they disregarding their old intent? Like, you don't know. We don't know. You can't tell. If there's no way to know, then how do you know you're playing the version that's intended? The only way you can assume what's intended is what is the most recent thing the developers released. Like, I'm going to ask the developer, can I please have Monster Hunter World? And then they give me Monster Hunter World with Iceborne. That's what they've given me. That's their intent. It's just as simple as that. Like, arguing otherwise is like, it's completely like your own opinion, your own interpretation. I was going to save this for a podcast topic. I was. That seems like an extremely dogmatic criteria. It's the only way you can do it that's not personally influenced, Hot Pocket. The only way you can go, what is the developer's intention? And no guaranteed is that because it's from the developers, any other interpretation is yours. Like, that's the only factual way to go, what did the developers intend? They intended what they released. That's true. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know how much of the release is intentional, but that's the only thing you can take objectively as their intent. This stream is pretty wild. I'm getting warm. I gotta take off this jacket. Your point is that even that criteria is heavily flawed in many cases. I mean, like, Chad heating you up a little bit. That criteria has the same energy as X mod restores or removes something, and so it's developer intent, right? All I'm saying is, FPS, I would be okay with a mod that recreated base world exactly how base world was before the Iceborne expansion. Like if it recreated the day before the Iceborne patch came out, the patch that came out before the expansion actually dropped, I'd be okay with that personally, because it would be recreating something the developers themselves exactly released. It would be recreating their intent from that time period. It is recreating exactly what they intended. I don't think there are many mods out there that do that. If there was, that would be one of the mods where I would want to look at it closer and be like, this is really neat. I don't think there are many mods, Clagger removal mod, but there's lots of changes. There's lots of changes made from base world to Iceborne. Why would you just only intended to restore the game? It's not intended because it's a mod. I didn't say that. That criteria is screwed up. I don't view it like that. I wouldn't review it. If there was a mod FPS that expressed to restore world 100% to how it was the day before the Iceborne patch came out, I wouldn't really count that as a mod. I mean, it is physically a mod, or like you're modifying the game's files, but I wouldn't consider that like a player created mod. That's something where they're just rolling things back. And yeah, I mean, that's what the mod is. What mod is this? What mod is it that restores every change to exactly how base world was before it came out? Because that's a mod I'm interested in. This is an interesting discussion. The mod that removes Clagger and restores Wex? Remove Clagger, nothing else. Does that restore Wex? Does it remove all the other like additions to movesets from the weapons? Like, I don't think that there is a mod that does exactly what I'm describing. I think that because the game dies, not get any updates or changes anymore, it should be the way the developer intended it to be. It doesn't, but you can elect to not use the changes. I'm just not interested in something like that. Like, I mean, like... Yeah, exactly. Like, that is the kind of mod that I would be interested in, is one that is so intrinsically knit together with how the developers intended base world to be played with. That's something, that's the kind of mods that I'm personally interested in. I think most mods are not designed with the viewpoint of somebody like me and others who are like really not into mods. Like, the only mods I'd be interested in are ones that are intrinsically made, designed, kind of like almost like inspired directly by how the game itself was made. And those are the ones I'd be interested in checking out. It's super too many things to keep track of. Yeah, which is why I'm not really interested in it. Like, I'm not interested in restoring one aspect of the game back to how base world was. That's just not that. It's just not something I'm interested in. That's too janky. It's too halfway in between base world and what we've got now. It's like, I don't want that random weird, like, this is sort of one thing, sort of another. I'm not interested in that. You can get base world and just not update it. Yeah, you can. I've done that. I have base world 1.0 on my PS4 right now because I have a disc. It doesn't have any of the additions. Like you can't, there's no way for you to update it to the moment right before Iceborne came out. If you try and update it, it's just going to update to Iceborne. So I mean, like, if you want that experience, of all the ATs, of Kulve, of Behemoth, right before Iceborne came out, you can't get it. It sucks. I wish you could, but you can't. But yeah, I don't think there exist many mods out there that would appeal to my personal feeling about mods, and that like I would only be interested in something if it was either something that is recreating something from the developers exactly, or is developed in a way that seems so intrinsically like focused on developing changes and developing inclusions from like a way that would be in line with the rest of the game. That's what I would be interested in from a mod. Mods that go out of their way to make changes that are explicitly like very different from the game, I'm just not super interested in. What you are asking for is the impossible. That is why the mods are cool, so they help you get to that impossible goal. What? Yeah, me too, Neff. I'd be cool with that. I mean, like, I'm not saying it's further away, Hot Pocket. I'm just saying I'm not interested. Seems like a nice way to be, Major Guns. The point is you can make an improvement to you that also follows the original developer's intent as you see it, and that's what's cool here. That's fine. You're welcome to do that. I'm just not interested. I'm saying that I'm not interested in an in-between. I'm not interested in something that's like partly like Base World. I would be interested in something that was just like Base World, and I would be interested in something that was developed with like new stuff. If you're adding new things, but you add them in a way that seems like it's directly inspired by making things that fit in with the game's existing design, I think that's cool. I'd be interested in that. How long has this conversation been going on? It's been a long morphing conversation. It's gone on for a while. I can't, are you guys trying to get me to like want to do mods? I can't tell. I don't disagree with you guys being able to do it. Like you guys do whatever you want. I don't care. And like I'm not using the no clagger mod because that's just one change. I don't know. You're not playing something that's like close to Base World at that point. You're just playing a weird modded version of Iceborne. You're playing something that's not real Base World and it's not real Iceborne. It's just some weirdo modded version. Like you can do that. I don't want to. Let's gun a Jhen Moran before I go to bed. Hey, this gun fires freeze too. He's weak to freeze. And yeah, Hyper, that's also part of it, is like, I don't know what Base World's like. I don't know what Iceborne's like. I haven't played as much of those games as I want to, so someday I wouldn't mind doing a modded playthrough, but I don't want to do that right now. He did for a while? Yeah, like I'm not talking about like I want to play for like 25 hours and then go, I disagree with the clagger. I want to play an entire damn playthrough, just as it is from the developers, and then have my opinions formed about it, and then mod it if I want to. You are literally playing modded world when you play low and high rank. You're insane. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Like, I mean, you can be of that opinion, but I'm not. I didn't modify the game's files. They came directly from the developer. You don't know that, FPS. You can't make that decision. Like, clearly, yeah, the intent from when Base World first came out is gone, but there's no way to get it back anywhere. I know for this. I'm so confused. Like I don't even disagree with you, FPS. They destroyed their game. It sucks. It's awful. If there was a way for me to experience it without those changes, I would, but there's not. Like, there's no way for me to restore everything from base world and play it like that. If there was, I'd do it, but there's not. There's not a way, dude. You can't do it. If you link me to a mod that is, this mod makes it exactly like base world, I'd run it, okay? I'm not interested in cobbling together different fixes to try and like I don't want a degree in a game I don't even like. I don't want to have to try and research all the changes from base world to Iceborne and be like, I want a degree in Monster Hunter World so I can know exactly what the changes are so I can get back to base world, which I didn't like when I played it anyways. Like, I don't want that. I want to experience it how it is so I can form current opinions on how World and Iceborne is, because I think that's important. Yeah, and I want to experience it how other people are going to experience it. Okay, I kind of get that. What the? Why do I have to say all that for you guys to go, oh, okay, I get it. Like, what? Now that we have some context to explain what you want. Yes. Yes, Smarts. I just said that. If there was a mod that restored things exactly to how things were prior to the Iceborne patch, I'd play it. I'd be interested in playing it. No, to my knowledge, no such mod exists. And like I said, I'm not interested in cobbling together some kind of crazy mess that tries to approximate that. It's quite a conversation, Floey. It's quite a mess. And like, Hot Pocket and FPS, I think part of it is I'm not trying to experience World because I want to enjoy it how it exists. Like, I'm not trying to think of how am I going to enjoy this game the most. I am playing it because I want to experience it. I want to have opinions on it. I want to analyze it mentally. I don't want to try and make it my ideal version. Someday I might want to, but that's not something I'm interested in right now. And I think that's fundamentally different from most people. Most people are not playing World to like analyze it. And I'm not like some master analyzer either. I suck, probably, but like, I don't know. I want to have those opinions. I want to experience it how it is. Think we need the food analogies again? Okay, so if how I want it is mint chocolate. We're not doing it again. I'm liking that I'm making Hyper Ray laugh with that mint chocolate ice cream joke. What you said for the past 2 minutes makes a lot more sense. I mean, that's the context I've been approaching this the whole time. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. But like, that's why I feel the way I do about mods, is I want to experience it a certain way, and I'm not interested in experiencing another way. And that's why I've been talking. I mean, I've been telling you guys that since you guys started asking me, why won't you use the Clagger mod? I don't want to. I want to experience it how it is. Like, and like, whether you think that's the developer's intention or I think it's the developer's intention, it's what we have from the developers, and that's what I want to experience. Whatever you think about the intention of it is fine. Good night, Nefudis. Thank you for your contributions. Next time it probably won't be like this when you're here. I guess I apologize if I did a poor job of explaining things the whole time or something. I don't know. I apologize, folks. What an absolute mess. I think some folks probably understood what I meant from the start and some folks just didn't. All right, let's try and get a sleigh this time. Did I bring too much stuff again? I kind of did. That's okay. Anybody who sat through that entire discussion, I applaud you. Thank you. I normally won't just sit there and talk like that on stream. And yeah, I'm not upset with you guys for how you guys talked Hot Pocket and FPS either. I am confused by some of the opinions you have, but like, that's okay. We can have different opinions. New stream segment every Friday. Riss yells at chat. You walked in halfway through and was laughing hysterically from the first moment. I'm glad you liked that. Okay, Hyper, right? I guess what I would say is that's not like the vibe I want this stream to normally give off. I'm fine with having conversations. You sound like you wanted developer the intent the whole time. But I do. I do want... What we disagree on, FPS, is just what... We disagree on the definition of developer intent, bro. Or like, bro, fuck, why did I call you that? This stream is so messed up. Bro. Why did I call him bro? Stream is cursed. Yeah, that is the fundamental disagreement here, clearly. Denoted to bro. I genuinely want to apologize. My face is so red. I'm bashful. Like, I'm not happy with how I facilitated conversation tonight. I'm sure it was interesting. I had fun talking. This isn't necessarily the type of discussion or like the way I want discussions to play out on this stream, I guess is what I would say. I don't know. Maybe you can't always control discussions like that. Popo, Shadow upon the Tempest. Bro. Conversation is fun, FPS. Yeah, I'm not mad at you either. I like getting to talk with y'all. I feel so lucky I get to talk with like people who are just as big of nerds about this as I am. Shit. I just feel badly that I wasn't able to do it in a way that gels more with how the stream usually feels, I guess. So about that slate, yeah, I don't know. We probably should give up. I'm feeling a little bit scattered. We'll see if I can make anything happen with this Jhen run. I'm feeling a little bit scattered in terms of actually landing anything, or like actually managing to kill this thing. We'll see. Once we get to the end and I can pierce him, I think we'll be doing okay. I can see that hot pocket. It's amusing. What is your opinion on Jhen? I think Jhen is fun. Don't apologize? I like apologizing. You like this new Riss? Whoops. We're getting closer to Shep freakouts. Oh no. The road to an anus-filled chat is a slippery one. Hardcore Monster Hunter arguments are your second favorite kind of argument. The first is hardcore food talk. Nothing's funnier than someone calling us an idiot because hot dogs aren't... I can't handle those. Those sorts of discussions make me absolutely lose my mind. I've said it before, Shadow Upon the Tempest. I've said that before. Which is better, 2-hour argument or Plesioth month? I didn't unenjoy. I enjoyed our hour of discussion. I only feel badly right now because I wasn't able to do it while also multitasking a Jhen Moran hunt and trying to keep the place feeling cozy. I think those are what I'm apologizing for. I'm apologizing that I wasn't able to continue playing at the same time, and I also apologize that I wasn't able to do that in a way that was, like, cozy or nice to listen to. The bro is... I mean, I don't know why I felt the need to say, like, all right, FPS bro. Here's where we disagree. I'm laughing at myself so hard for that. Bro. God damn it, Jhen Moran. Let me shoot you. The slide pad's coming off my 3DS. We're good. You've been screaming Mike for the past hour. That bro, that thing kind of bummed me out, man. Oh, like I said, I'm so grateful I get to do this. I'm so grateful I get to talk with you guys about some of the nerdiest stuff imaginable. Oh. I think I'm a little slap happy now. You're in a call right now with who? I don't think you're insane. Well, I did call you insane, I guess, didn't I? When you say something like, the developers modded the game, it's just like, what are you saying? Like, I understand what you're saying philosophically, but I also can't agree. Like, that's the funny part. It's all semantics. Like, I agree with you. They screwed their game up so bad, but also I wouldn't call it a mod. Is now a good time to bring up Monster Hunter Freedom, the video game? I think so. I think we can all acknowledge that it's kind of a bummer that modern games exist like that, where like a version of a game you might have really liked can just be just destroyed, like gone forever. Like imagine if you liked some version of Monster Hunter Frontier like 5 years into it. You're boned. That version's gone. Like, you are screwed, sir. I do think it's a bummer that modern games exist. That's what I was going for, Ice-T. Thank you. That's a pretty great quote. That's why so many MMOs are doing classic versions. Yeah. With Steam, you can download specific patches even if the devs don't enable it. Can you do that with base world? Like, can you do that? I've had people tell me maybe you can, but I haven't checked it out. Like, I know you probably couldn't play multiplayer, but like, could you download the version of World from right before Iceborne? We should just do that. That's what we should just do. We should find out on stream. After this, we're gonna find out. This stream is wild. 1.0 isn't a problem, Lucas telling me. Like, I can get the original version, because that's on discs, but we don't want the original version. We want the version right before Iceborne. We want all of base world, none of the Iceborne. Which, like, to be clear, I don't think I'll enjoy that much. Or, like, maybe I shouldn't say that. I didn't enjoy base world when I first played it. I had some design differences with it. But at the same time, I'd be willing to try it again and see if I still feel that way. Maybe I will really like base world compared to Iceborne. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But, like, I don't know. I don't want the impression being that, like, base world is some holy grail, because some people don't think that. Oh god, the recoil is really bad on this. How's the recoil with siege mode? Slightly better. Oh god, what's going on? Wait, why are there giant messages about Monster Hunter Freedom? This is too much to be fighting a Jhen. That's kind of where I'm at, Gag. Yeah, I feel like if we wanted to use this gun as a Pierce gun, we'd probably need recoil down. I think we just need to focus on breaking his fangs, probably. Because that's what I'm here for, is fangs. Oh. Sure. What's our strat for this? I think they would too. I think, are they here? They might be lurking. They're here somewhere. They might have really hated this. They might have really hated this discussion. I don't know. You can downgrade on Steam? We gotta find out. We're gonna find out after this hunt. Miss? Yeah, I know I didn't hit. I think this strat right here is about the mental capacity I've got at the moment. Fire pellet tube brainlessly into his arm. has been a really interesting night. I actually can't remember the last time I had a conversation like this on stream. You don't have this every stream? We have good conversations every stream. They just don't always go off the rails like they did tonight. A game on Steam have beta versions, but World has none. I feel like if it was possible, you'd hear a lot more people doing it. Like, I would have been surprised if you could and that people hadn't been doing it all this time, right? Okay, we broke one of the tusks. Let's get the other. Do we have the binder ready? I think the binder is not ready yet. No, it is. Never mind. We're good. Next time is the slam. World just is the most controversial game, apparently. I would say it's because it changed the most in a long, long time, Dragon on Fire. And, like, because of that, I know that I have a harder time enjoying it. And I want to try and give it a fair shot in many ways. Even though I know I'll have a hard time enjoying some aspects of it. And that's okay. I'm still really down. Like, every time I play it recently, I have things I'm like, dang, this was fun. And I have things I'm like, dang, that really bothers me. And, like, that's okay. I want to experience it. Even if it frustrates me sometimes, I still want to push through and do it. Whoops. That's the mentality you should have had for Freedom 1. I'll have it again someday. I'm going to FPS. I'm aware I was not at my best when I tried that game. Whoops. Need that tusk break. Still wish you would have played Monster Hunter 1 instead of Freedom 1. We might fail this. I kind of screwed up the gong and the ballista. Yeah, you're not alone, Dragon on Fire. A lot of folks do. Alright, I think currently I really gotta break that arm of his. Do we have Cluster? No, we have Crag. You know what? This ought to work. Cool. Ballista Binder's ready. Come on. Okay, it fizzled. Thank you, Hot Pocket. I'll look at it in just a couple minutes. After this hunt's over, we'll take a look at it. We'll see if we can find out right off the bat if there is a version for World that we can download. Alright, we really need to break that arm right about now. That's how it feels. Let's go get it. Shoot. Gong's ready. Ship is low. That noise is so good. The noise he makes when he falls over is so good. Iceborne came out in 2019, Ice-T. Maybe so, Quill. Maybe so. I would rather form opinions on that version of World than what's out right now. I really need this arm break. The save probably wouldn't work. We would need to start over, but that's fine. We haven't really done anything of consequence as I progress the story. Yeah, I don't think this is going to go our way. Please break. Please. Does that gun siege slicing? Does it? That could be good. It does. Slicing's bad in this game, but let's try it. Actually, never mind. Let's not get off of this dumb menu. I hate siege mode so much. This is a mess. I don't even care. I like the way you move the gun in between shots on this. The extra recoil makes it look sick. We need Big Belly flinch right about now. Oh god. Danger! Oh gosh. Hunting Gong's ready though. Oh, it spawns you right in front of him. Come on, give me that Big Belly knockdown again. This is such a mess. Yeah, I think you're right, Precious Stones. Please, please break. I've been working on this arm forever. I've been doing such poor damage. Please break. Oh, man. We'll have to try that again tomorrow with an actual game plan. We have so many different types of ammunition on this. We need to think about what type of ammunition is good for which part of the fight. It was an okay try. Another win for Mohran. We repelled one, we got destroyed by one, all in a day's work. Okay. Okay. Oh, this looks complicated. Yeah, I'm not doing this on stream. For those who want to see what this process is like. I'll work on this, but I'm not doing this on stream. Thank you guys for being here tonight while we worked on getting better at heavy bowgun, and we had some interesting discussions about modding and such. And objectivity. If it was anyone's first time here, I'm sorry. It's normally not quite this loud. It's normally a little more chill. We're gonna be working our way through this game, which is Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, for quite a long time to come. So if you want to stick around and watch some more, feel free to leave a follow. We have a Discord and a YouTube and a Twitter you can check out that I just linked in the chat. I had a nice time tonight. I hope you guys at least thought what we were talking about was interesting. Like I said, we won't always be quite that loud. And cheers. The last thing we're going to do here is I'm going to find someone else who's live, and we're going to give them a raid. Should be a nice time. Absolutely, Marks, absolutely. Let's see here. I feel like after all that, we should raid some World stream. Let's do that. Who's streaming World? Fatalis TA Wiki solo. That sounds intense. I don't know anybody playing World right now. Niacynths? Do you like their streams? I've never met them before. We're gonna go ahead and raid their stream. It looks like they're fighting Fatalis, so we're gonna go ahead and raid their stream. Enjoy the World! I'm gonna be back tomorrow with some Monster Hunter World. You know what? I'll try and see if I can figure that out before tomorrow night. We'll see what we can figure out for tomorrow's World stream. In any case, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you are. Thank you so much for being here and chatting it up with me and hanging out while we chat. Just thank you guys, and good night. Bye.